Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. This is a 20-part video series showing you how to create MPBLE house. Let's get started. So to start, let's open a new architecture template. So click on New, go to drop down, select Architecture Template, and then press OK. So once it's ready, it will start at level 1, and what we need to do is to type in UN to see what's our length or our units. So we're gonna use millimeters, and then press close, and before we start, let's click on save. So here, this is where I want to save the file, so I'm just gonna put house right here and click on option. If you're a beginner, around 10 to 20 backups is good enough. If you're intermediate, you can put 5, or if you're an expert, you can just put 1. So for me, I'm just going to put 5 so that I could have backups of what I'm doing right now. So 5, and then press OK and click on save. So now that is ready, what we need to do is we could go right here under level 1, which is what we are at now, and we could go to architecture and then select grid. So you can also type in GR, and then you'll be able to add grid lines. I'm gonna start at below going above, or down going up, and I want to center it around the elevation tags right here. So I'm going to click on below going up, and it will start at number 1 grid line. So press escape and then escape again, and what I'm gonna do now is select that grid line and then type in CO, or under modify you can also select this one. So CO is copy, so CO, and then select that, basically grabbing it and putting it on the right side. And then before you click on anything, you can click on multiple so that we could add in multiple lines without selecting the grid line again. So here I'm going to put it on the right side, and Revit will basically understand that I want it to go from the left to the right. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna type in 1878, enter, and then after that 4157, enter, 1833, enter, and then one more is 1967, enter. Then press escape and then escape again. What we can do is we can grab all of this and just move this onto the right side so that everything is still centered around all of our grid, or all of our elevation tags. After that, I'm gonna type in GR again, that's grid line, and I'm going to select from right to left. So I'm gonna click right here, going to the left side, and then press escape and then escape again. Now Revit, notice that from 5 to 6, but I want to change this to a letter because this is our horizontal grid line. So I'm gonna select the grid bubble and then type in capital A and then select on the space. After that, you can type in CEO And as you notice, multiple is already ticked, so we don't need to select that again or click that again. So now I want it to go from above and going down. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it all the way to the bottom and make sure that 90 degrees is showing. And then we're going to add in 8,000. And then after that, 1405. And then 2850. After that, 1737. And then 1325. 1180. And then here the next is 2705. 1180 again, and then 675, and then lastly 3810. So those are our grid lines, and what we can do is to add dimensions on that. So you can click on here or type in DI, and what we're going to do is select each and every grid line, and as you can see, you can follow along and then add an overall after that. Let's do it on our horizontal as well. And then create an overall. That's why I gave it a lot of room right here so that we could follow along right there. And we can add dimensions as well. And what I want to do now is, so I'm going to fix it a little bit. So as you can see, when we grab it, it's showing this dash line. Those are just temporarily dash line, indicating that once you select one, it will move as well on the others. So everything is connected properly, and we could just move this out inwards like that. And also on this side, we can move this one just enough so that everything is properly tacked in. Also, I want to add those grid bubbles on this side as well. So what we need to do is click on those grid lines individually and click on show bubble. And as you can see, you'll be able to add all those bubbles like that. And unfortunately, it's one at a time. It's not something that you could do all at once. So now what we're trying to do is just adding all those grid bubbles to the other side. And if you notice, we have some bubbles that are overlapping. So what we could do is we could add in an elbow. So to add an elbow, you just need to select the grid line, and then you will see this zigzag right there. That's stating that you can add an elbow, and you could just move this so that everything is being shown properly and it's not overlapping. So here I'm going to move this again. Usually I like it to be the same one, so it will create that dash line again, indicating where is it on the other side. So that's very neat. So here I'm going to put it on this side. I'm going to give it some room because I need to add an elbow on the I grid line. So here I'm gonna click that and then fix it. So it's snapped in place if ever it's noticed that you want it to be on that same line or align it. So there we go. So now we have all of those grid bubbles and grids. We also added the dimension. And now what we could do is we could add in our levels. So what I usually do is I go to my south elevation, and just notice that everything, all of my elevation tags are within the vicinity of the grid lines. So now let's go to south elevation, and as you can see, we have level 1, level 2, and this grid lines right here that are vertical grid lines. So now you want to make sure when you have a level that all of these grid bubbles are showing that is overlapping this level, or else if I show you level 2, everything looks normal, everything is showing. But if, for example, we put it right there, you can see that the vertical elevation is missing. So the only thing that it will show if it's overlapping on those sides. So now what we could do is we could add in another level. So we could go to architecture and click level. So there's multiple ways to add this. I usually add or click the level if I'm just adding 1 or 2 levels. But if you're adding multiples, so for example, the difference I'm going to show you is, for example, if you're going to add multiple levels, select level 2, CO, and then you could just push it right there on the top. For example, 3000. So it will create level 3. But if you notice on the floor plan, there's no level 3. That's because you will need to go to view, click on plan view, and click on floor plan, and then as you can see, you will need to select that level and then press OK. Now it will create that level right there. I'm going to undo this because I want to show you the difference. So here, before we do that, I want to put my level 1 at around 400, and then my level 2 to be 3400 because I want it to just be 3000. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture and then click this button, or you can type in LL. Here the difference is that if I create this, it will automatically add my floor plan onto my project browser. As you can see, it added level 3, and then also it will add level 3 right here. So that's the difference between adding the levels right here or adding it on the copy command. Here I'm going to add another level. This will be 400 from below, and this will be called ground. So here it's overlapping, so you could add in another elbow. You just need to find it. It's going to be very small. Select that, and then here you could change the name. I'm going to put it ground floor. Press yes, and then it will create that ground floor right there. We will just need to move this around so that everything is showing properly. Nothing is overlapping, and we have the level 1, level 2, and level 3. And then this is all going or intersecting the level 3. We just need to double check all of our elevation. So here it's not showing right here. So what we need to do is move it up like that. And then we can give it some space right here so that everything is not overlapping here. And we could add in an elbow for this elevation. This will also help us because even though if we're doing it right now, once we're doing the sheet, it will be faster for us because we already set up everything nicely. And then here as well, we just need to add in all of this information and showing off. We have the south elevation done already, and then here we just need to clean up all of this. Grab it and then you can push it down, and it's up to you if you want to create an elbow right here. You can do so, but I'm not gonna do that anymore. That's too much. Plus I already explained that it's much better if you do it now. I'm just going to do it later on once we have time. So now let's go back to level 1, and then here we could all start adding all the components that we want to. So we could start off by adding our walls. So now that we have so many of elevation that are open that we don't need yet, you can clean it up by clicking close inactive view, and you want to make sure that you're saving it all the time. So now I'm gonna save it later on once we finish this, but here what I want to show you is we need to create our exterior wall first. So the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna click on wall first, and once we click on wall, it will start on basic wall generic 200 millimeters, but that's fine. But in newer Revit, what I notice is that we don't have the basic wall generic anymore. This is basically a cleanup version. Here we have different samples: bricks on CMU, bricks on block on metal stud. So we have different variation. You can choose one of this, for example, and then we're going to clean it up, see, similar to the basic wall or the generic wall. So once you select one of them, you can click on edit type, and then you want to make sure you want it to be duplicated. And then I'm going to put all capital exterior wall number 1, and then press OK. And you need to go right here under edit. We have our exterior side, which is all the way right here up to the core boundary, and we also have our interior side, which is up to this core boundary on this side. We're going to delete this side, the exterior, and then the interior side. The only thing that we cannot delete is the core boundary, structure, and core boundaries. Those are the default ones that we cannot delete. So here, what we can do is click on delete, and then here, once we're here, actually you can see that it won't be deleted because it will grayed out itself. And then here, delete that. What we can do here is we can choose one of our white, so maybe a gypsum wallboard. So I'm going to use that, and then press OK, and we're going to set our thickness to 200 millimeters. Press OK, and then press OK. Now, before we add the wall, what we need to do is we need to make it connected. So of course we're going to put it from level 1 to level 2, but as you can see, the top constraint is unconnected. So here I'm gonna change this to level 2, and you can also change it right here. So either way, if you change it right here or right here, it will be synced with each other, and it recognizes that the height of that wall from level 1 to level 2 is 3000 millimeters or 3 meters. Wall center line, I'm gonna use wall center line, and then I'm going to use chain. So it's already checked, so what we need to do is we just need to add. So I'm gonna start off at, so let's select, we're going to select at 5C, going down up to 5J, going across up to 3J, going up until H5 or H3, and then here we're going to go up to H1, going up to C1, but going over around 525. So we're going to go over 525, so there's going to be indented there. And here we're going to put around 3000 millimeters, going down again, and then closing it off at C5 again. So that's our layout. And then we're going to add this small area right here. It will be going E1 up to E2, going down up to G2, and then G1. So that's going to be a small area for that. I'm planning to just add in a small, or like some trees right here that will be all see-through around this area so that it looks nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 2 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the project. We added the grid line levels, we even added the dimensions, and we start with exterior wall. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is add the interior wall. So what I'm gonna do is click on the wall and then edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to put interior wall number 1 and then press OK. In terms of edit, we're going to maintain the 200 thickness, and we could just use gypsum wallboard. Press OK and then OK again. So now we're going to zoom in here. So what I want to add first is a wall between E5 going to E3. So I'm gonna add a wall right here. Basically, this wall will be a separation for the living room or living area, and then we also will have basically a family room would be right here. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a wall closing this off, because I'm going to add in our laundry area right here, and then here I'm going to extend this wall. So I'm going to add an F3 going up to H3 wall right here. So basically extending this one, and we will have our stairs going right here up to the second floor. And then here we're going to close this off for our powder room. So we're going to have it from H3 going to H4 and going down to J4. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm probably going to add all the furniture, but before that let's add the floor. So I'm gonna click on floor and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 1. Press OK, edit, and the thickness, let's maintain the 200 thickness for as well. And here I'm going to use a stone material. So here, and then I'm gonna use polished granite. Click apply and then OK, and then OK again. And then here what we're gonna use is pick line, and then here we're going to go around the interior of this wall. I'm going to go around here because this will be an open area, and let's go from here as well and going around right here. And then of course we're gonna trim this out, TR, trim and extend right here, unjoin that, and then we're going to pick this again, TR, going around here, so basically something like that looks like this. Click on finish, and that's where we're going, and then make sure this one is hitting or it's connected up to this wall. I'm going to add probably the door right here, and then we will have an like the entertainment system right here, or we're going to put it on this side as well. So it's up to us to decide. So now let's go to insert, load family, and what we need to do first is to add furniture, and let's go to seating first, and let's click on the M sofa Corbo, click on open, CM, type in CM, and we'll be able to add our furniture right about here. So I'm gonna add furniture right here, and as you can see we could align it much better from this wall. So what we could do is move it right here, AL, and align it from this wall. Something right like that. That's good enough. And as you can see, we have enough space on this side. So what we could do is we could edit this sofa. So to be able to do a proper edit on the family, you will need to edit type and duplicate this because we don't want to ruin the original. So here I'm just gonna call it sofa number 2, and after that we'll be able to change the width to whatever width that we want to. So for example here I'm gonna make it around 2500 or maybe 2000, and then here I want it to be around 650 only for the depth. Press OK, and as you can see it changes a bit, and this is good enough for the size because I want to add something right here on this side and then maybe on the other side as well. So I want to add a different sofa on this side. So load family, and we have other sofa right here as well. So let's look for other sofa that looks similar or much better. So here let's try this one, CM, So usually when I load a family, I immediately um, add it. So I press CM so that I don't need to keep on looking for those. So because if you keep on loading and then now you're ready to add all those things that you loaded, you will need to go to architecture and then click component, and then here after that you will need to look for those. And if you load a lot of stuff, that will take time to load. So might as well load one at a time, and then once you load one at a time, you'll be able to just add them instantly and you don't need to do anything else. So here I'm going to add two sofas similar to that. And then what I want to do is probably let's create a fireplace right here as well. So we have like an entertainment system here, and then we have a fireplace right here, so that this is for formal get together area, and then this will be for kids that they want to watch TV and do some entertainment right here. After this, let's load in like for example a table, like a coffee table. Click open, CM on this once you load it, and as you can see we have different kinds. Let's see which one will be a better fit. So this one I think is a better fit for this part, and then this one is also good enough for this area. So I'm happy with the sizing right here. And then let's load more. I'm thinking the dining table. So let's go to tables, and then we have different kinds right here. I'm gonna use this one for the dining, and then CM, and we have different kinds as well right here, or we could also create our own size. So it's up to you if you want to do that. I think that's good enough. And then let's go to seating so that we could add this chair, chair brower, CM, and then add those seats right here. Usually I put it in one area first, or in one side, and then after that I use mirror, and then mirror on this side. So hold on control and then select this one as well, and then you could use this as well because there's a midpoint showing up there, so you don't need to do the draw axis. So if you know that there's a pick axis, you'll be able to select that as well. So that one is good as well. What we can do here is we could add in like a credenza. So let's go and insert, load family, and go back here. We have storage, and we have credenza right here. Click on open, CM, and we'll be able to add the credenza on this, but I don't want the depth, it's too much. So I'm gonna edit this. So duplicate it first. You can put credenza, click OK, and then you can change the depth to around 500 only. So I think that's good enough for this size right here. And then that's good. And then what I want to do here is to add the door as well. So the kitchen will create, we'll do it in one of the videos because that will take time. So what we could do is we could add in the doors. So here we could load a family, um, doors and walls, windows. Those are system families. So we could load them. So insert, load family, and go to doors. We could add in a better door than what we have right here. So I would like to use this panel, wood door. Press open, and then I'm going to select all of them. So I'm gonna select at the top, scroll down, hold on shift, and select the bottom, and then press OK. It will just say that you're loading too much, or there's a lot. So I'm just gonna click on yes, and then this is a door family versus system family. So it's not that you cannot click on CM anymore. You will need to click on DR. So that's door. And then what we could do is we're going to maintain the 2000 height, so 2000 millimeter height, but we're going to change it with different size. So the first size is the width, and then this is the height. So around 700 by 2000. That's what we're going to use for the pantry, or sorry, for the powder room. And then here what we could use is around 600 going to the laundry room. And then for the main entrance, I want to load a different door. So I'm gonna use this door, the double glass. Click on open, and I'm going to choose the 1500 by 2000. DR to add, and we could add it basically here in the entrance. So I'm happy with this and happy with this. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add in our toilet and our sinks right here, or our vanity. So click on load, go back to the main, and look for plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then here we could have our water closet, and we could use the 2D only if you want to, or you could use whatever you want, but I'm just gonna use the 2D. Click on open, CM, and then let's add it right about here. Click on load family, go back right here, and we have our sink. Click on one of the sink. I'm gonna use probably a square vanity, and click on open. CM, spacebar multiple times, and we could just add it right here in the middle. And let's just add a detailed line in order for us to showcase that there is a top from there. So I'm happy with that. And let's add in another sink for this one, this area. So I'm gonna click on, go back right here, insert, load family, and we could have a double sink, maybe for, let's use this one, double, open, CM, and then let's add it for this part. And what we could do is we could load in those combo washer and dryer. So go back to the main, go to specialty, domestic, mid-range, and we have this dryer combo. Click on open, CM, and then we could just add it into this wall. Let's remove the label. So let's go click edit type, and uncheck the show label. Apply OK, and we have our washer dryer combo right here. And the last thing that we need to do is we could use the line again, select that CS, that's create similar, and that's a faster way of adding stuff, things that you already added before. So for example, this one. So for example, if you want to add another washer and dryer, CS on that, and as you can see, you can add it instantly. It could go to walls as well, so interior wall, CS on that. You can add interior wall right here, and even furniture. For example, here, select that CS. So create similar, CS is a fast way of adding stuff that you already added. So you want to make sure that you utilize that, and you'll be able to add components instantly. Here now, let's go to load family, and I want to add some lights. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go to lighting, architecture, and we could do interior or internal. We could have this arm extension, but I want it to be floor lamp. So CM, add it. I want it to be on a different orientation, so a 45 degrees. And then after this, so I think the base is the bigger one. So here we have our floor lamp, and then I'm going to insert a table, a side table. So go to furniture, tables, and then we have this nightstand. Click on open, CM on that, and we could add in a side table on this. We could basically just give it some space at the back so that it looks good, and we could basically have this all, and I'm planning to give some space right here in order to showcase the area on this. So I want it to be glass, and maybe I will have the entertainment system on this side. In terms of this, maybe I might move this one on this side so that we could maximize the space right here for our entertainment system. So I'm still thinking of that there. So we'll be able to decide later on if we want, but I want all of this to be glassed so that we have a view here of, like, for example, a grass part with a tree. We could put in maybe a small fountain. So a fountain area here will be very nice. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 3 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add all the furniture. We even added the doors. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to create the entertainment right here, and also add like the curtain wall windows right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on the wall and then go to drop down curtain wall, and then here we're going to add going inside, and then this one also. I'm going to put it right about here, and then after that click on modify and then click on cut geometry. You select the wall first and then the curtain wall. So once it's added and then cut, we're going to just push it a little bit so that we still have support there, and we're going to make this one floor to ceiling. And of course I want to give some space right here so that we could add in our entertainment system. So I'm going to push it a little bit more so that we have this space right here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this interior, or so this door will be going from the outside so that we have enough space. So what you do in order to relocate this is to pick new host and then here spacebar to change orientation, and then just select this area now. So that's how easy it is to add the location of the, or relocate the location of the door. So here instead of 600, I'm gonna go to drop down and make it 700 as well, similar to this, because we have enough space now in order to access this. Now what I want to do is to add the entertainment system all the way right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add a section, and I'm gonna go right here, going down up to up, so that we're seeing all of this. We can even push this one out only up to here. This is the view range of our section. And then after that, press escape multiple times and double click, and as you can see, we could see all our section right here. We have the glass and then we have the walls right here. And because we're going to add a floor as well right here, we're gonna maximize the height to 2800. So from floor to above, this will be 2800, because we're gonna minus the floor that we're gonna add onto our second floor on our level 2. So here we need to drop this down. So here we can select this and negative 200. So that's the floor to ceiling for that part right there. And then here we can actually add our model in place. So go to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then we could add in our generic model and then press OK. Click OK again, and we could select extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this plane. And then here we could create a rectangle. I want it to be floor to ceiling, similar to this, but I'm just gonna give it some space so that it's not too much right there. But this is 2800. So we're going to align it from the floor, and then if you check, this is exactly 2800, and we created some gap here so that we could add the flooring later on, similar to the ground floor that we have right here. It usually goes down for the floor. So now here the extrusion is around 10 only, and we need to set the material. I'm gonna set this material to probably laminate, ivory, press OK, and then OK again. If we check, it's just a small one. That's just the backing of of our model. And then after that, then we're going to add something right here. uh, I'm going to create probably so now we're going to create another big plane. I'm gonna select this plane now, and here we're going to select this. We're going to create some space here for some shelvings, and then here we're going to add where we're going to put the TV. So around 800, and the width is around 1600. I think that's more than enough for the TV. And then click finish. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this one a little bit because I want it to be in a different situation. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create some void extrusion, and then select this, and then here we're going to just create some separation right here. And give it some of that. I want to see it in 3D and how it looks. I'm going to make this around 50 for the depth, and this is just perfect enough. In terms of material, I'm going to duplicate this so that they have different materials that I can set up later on. And then let's go back here, select this one again, pick a plane, and we're going to just maximize this. Will be another 50. Great, finish. This is a wood material, select that and use one of this, click apply, OK, and I want to have the same void extrusion. This will be 10 only. Copy, and then click finish. That's good enough. And then now what we can do is we can go back to section. I want to add the same material, extrusion, pick a plane, select this one, and we have the casing here that we're going to do. Offset this to around 15. Going inside, this will be 50 as well. And then this material is the same one that we use on this side. Now this will be going all the way right here. I'll align it then we could just trim and extend right here so that we have this long and nice design right here that we're going to offset around 25 going inside and going inside right here, and then align it like that. Click finish. I want to see it in 3D and I want to see it with color. Of course we need to extend it a little bit. I'm going to make this around 100 and then this one as well to 100 so that we have enough right there. This one 100 as well. So now we have some backings there. Go back right here and we want to have some dark backs right here. So what we're gonna do is we're going to create extrusion. We can also add the same materials right here so that it looks much better. Extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane and this one as well, 10. I'm gonna add it right here and then add it on this side. Click finish and then another one, pick a plane. This I want to be dark, so I want a gray paint. I'm going to use this, the duplicate one, and I'm going to select this one right here. If we see it, it will look like that. We're gonna add the TV in the middle and we're gonna cover some of this so that we have something to look at. So for example, I'm going to edit so that we could add in some shelvings right here, 25 to be consistent. And then we will add the one at the top as well. Something right here in the middle. I want to make sure to have a 25 because that's 1 inch and that looks good. What I'm gonna do is SL, split element on those. Actually this one we need to delete and then SL on this. Now we need to trim and extend. Copy this to this side and then trim it again. SL on this, but I think we have that one there. SL to trim and extend. And then on this side as well, SL, trim and extend. Now we just need to keep on adding this. And then here we just need to again do this. So might as well just do it, just slice it in the middle right there. And then now you just need to trim and extend on the top part. So just a little bit of work, but the result will be really good. And then I'm gonna leave this one a little bit bigger. And for this side, yes, I'm going to add some as well. Maintain that 25 so that everything is consistent. SL, and then trim and extend. And then delete this so that we have some of that. Copy multiple times in different areas. And then SL on one side. And then trim and extend. And then click on finish. Look at it at 3D to appreciate it. And then we're just gonna create a cover on some of them. Same thing, so extrusion, pick a plane. I'm gonna select this face here, the face that we have on this one, and then we don't need to do anything else, as we just need to put Gulam and then 10. We just need to cover this. Give it some space so that they know that. And then copy. Something like that. And I'm going to add something on this side as well. Click on finish, and if we check it in 3D, it will look something like this, and it looks really good. Next thing we're gonna do is we're just going to add a TV so that it looks much better. So go to insert, load family, go back, we have flat screen right here, click open, CM, add it right here. I'm going to push it somewhere here. Go to section, move it in place, uncheck the stand, and then here what we could do is check the dimension. I want it to really be fit. ET 1585. So we just need to edit this and then copy. And then here diagonal. So the diagonal is basically this one, from this corner to this corner. So to do that, I'm going to try the angle. No, not the angle. 1341.42. $17.48. So around 1300. I'm going to leave it like this. I think that's good enough. And then delete, and then delete. Of course, if I'm being too much, I could basically move all of this to here. In order for me to justify what we did. So it looks fit. So now it looks like that. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 4 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the entertainment system here. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add something right here as well, so that we have this living area completed. So I'm just gonna move the furniture on the left side, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this section, and then we're going to flip it. So that we don't need to keep on adding sections anymore, and we could just start from here as well. So I'm gonna double click here, and as you can see, we just need to move this so that we have enough space for us to see everything right here. And also what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back to level 1, and I'm gonna push this so that we don't see anything from this side. So as you can see, everything is good. I'm not seeing all the the cut version of the sofa and then the coffee table so that we could see everything nicely. So I'm gonna start off by going to architecture, click on component, model in place, and then of course generic model. Click OK, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create an extrusion. I'm gonna choose this wall and I'm gonna put it at 10, and let's change this material because we already used this materials from the last video. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something wood. So here I'm gonna just pull it up and then apply OK, and we're going to create a rectangle from below going to above. And similar to what we did on the last video, we want to make sure that we just put 2800 because the 200 it will be for the floor. So we want it to be floor to ceiling, not floor to floor. So at least this one, we know the limit that we're going to put, and we know the thickness of the floor that we're going to add later on. So here I'm just gonna press finish. So my idea, what I'm gonna add here is basically we will have a fireplace around here and also some shelvings on left and right side. So now we're going to create another extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this extruded wall that we just created, and then here we're going to change the material to another wood material so that we could differentiate it later on. Apply OK, and then here we're going to add, so for the extrusion maybe around 450. We can change that later on, but right now what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add like this one right here, and then I wanted so instead I'm going to create an extrusion here. So don't worry, I'm gonna mirror this later on, and around maybe 600 in space. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do an offset of 25 going inside, so space bar going inside, and we're going to give some space at the bottom, 25 as well. So I'm going to move this something like that, and then we're going to add some shelvings right here. So copy this CO and then put 25 on that. After that, we're gonna maintain the spacing, copy it again, make sure multiple is checked, and grab it from there. And then we're going to leave it like that. SL to split on both sides. I'm splitting it on one side of this one so that I don't need to trim and extend both sides. So it will make my life easy. So I'm gonna show you what I mean. So now if I'm gonna trim it, I just need to trim it at the top. So another way of making your life easy, you don't need to do a lot of trimming. So once we're done, click on finish. I want to see it. So I think 450 is good enough. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back here. I'm going to create another backing for this. Extrusion, pick a plane and this wall. And we just want to maintain the same backing, and then here make it 10. Click finish, and then as you can see we have the backing for this one as well. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude another part on this side. I'm gonna select this, and then we're going to move it all the way to the left and right. And then here I want this one to be 450 as well, but on a different material. Another different material, another wood would be good. And then with this one, let's move it to 450 and then click apply and then click like that. And then we're going to make some extruded part right here with the same material, so that I'm going to show you what it looks like later on, so that we have some spacing right here. And then here you put 10, and then we could just mirror this or use this instead. We need to look for, so this one is the one that is overlapping, so we can move that one there. We want to see where the midpoint is. There's the midpoint, and we just need to make some room, maybe 5 only, and then put this one to 10, so that's good enough. So we mirror that one right there. If we see it in 3D, it will look like that. So that looks nice. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna mirror this one, but we need to finish this first. And what I'm planning to do here is, let's go back to section, actually on level 1, and we need to create the same extrusion. So I'm gonna create the same material, and then here actually I'm gonna do this first. Extrude, pick a plane, this one, and then instead of 450 we're going to put 400, and then here the same material as what we have here. Click finish. It will look like this, but we're going to create something here on level 1, because we're going to extrude it from here. And then we're going to create some notches there. Okay, so once we're done, we can just delete the small ones that we create, and then SL, and then similar to what we did on the shelves, we're just going to click on one of the part just to save us some time, and then trim and extend. And then click on finish, and then here we're just seeing some intersection that we missed, and then go back to section. You want to extrude it so that you can see a lot better, and put it like that. So in 3D everything looks much better. And then what we need to do is we could just go to section, and then here we could just mirror this. There we go. So that is looking good. And then after that, go back to section, and what we could do is we could create the placement right here. So another extrusion, pick a plane, and then here we want it to be like that. AL, align it right here so that everything looks nice. And then we're going to add something right here, like a box as well, with the glass, so that we could add in our fireplace. After this, what we could do is we could do 425, and then after this another extrusion, but pick this plate, and then here we need to move this. There we go. And now we could just do it like this. We could just grab this one and then put 10, or we could do 5 if we want to, so that there we go. And then SL on that side, this side, and then now trim and extend. Click finish, and if we want to see it, it will look like that. This one should be 10, 25 only. There we go. And then go back to section. Here we could just create, pick a plane, select the wall at the back, and we're gonna extrude it but using a different material. I'm just gonna use a different wood material. Let's put it at 450. And then here, an offset of 50 going inside. And you know what? I'm going to make it maybe 500 so that it's protruding a little bit and it looks nicer. And then we're going to put the same materials at the back. Pick a plane. This one should be 10. Same material as the case. And then we're going to put a glass. So in order to put a glass, I want to add it from this side. So now another extrusion. This one, I want glass, so type in glass. This one, let's use this. And I'm going to put it right here. In terms of this one, let's put 900 so that we could see it a lot better. There we go. And we could just adjust this to the size. Now we could just click finish. Now we have something that looks like this. And if we want to see it much better, we could use realistic. And as you can see, once we have something right here, it will look really nice. So if we have a flame, we're going to add it there. And as you can see, this one is going to look really good once there. We can also put TV right here. So there's a lot of ideas that we could do in order to make this one really nice. So maybe another thing that we could add is like a stone like floor here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 again, and here I'm going to select, or I'm just gonna select this one, edit in place, because I'm already using everything like this. So I'm going to add the flooring right here, and then here we just need to change it. So change it to another stone. Maybe we could use rubble, so just to represent those stone, and click finish section. So we have all of this right here, and we're going to just I think that's good enough. If we see, we have the stone finish right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull this one up. So let's go back to section. I'm just clicking in my tab so that I want to grab that again. There we go. But I'm just going to make it very thin so that it's not visible too much on here. So click on finish once you're done, and I believe this is very good. We could also add TV there, but I'm not gonna add it. It's something that we could add some designs too later on. But right now, we finished the video. So thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 5 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish up by creating this one for our living area. And we also finished from the previous video as well our family room or entertainment room. Now we're going to continue working on this. So what I want to do next is to add the backyard. So let's go to ground, and then one of this, so the exterior wall, you select that and then click on, or we could just create a new wall. So click on wall, go back here, let's look for exterior wall, edit, duplicate, make it exterior wall number 2, and then click on edit, maintain the 200 thickness, and for the material, let's change this up. I want to choose one of the stone materials right here, or even let's change it up like one of the concrete here. Apply, OK, and then OK. And we're going to connect it from this wall right here, and then all the way to E1, and then going across to 5 and going back right here. And select that again, CS. We're going to close this off by adding this border right here, going across here, and finishing off right here. And in terms of height, right now we could select all of this. So click on tab. Let's put it at level 2. And then we need to offset this to negative 1500. Select this one, and then top constraint 2, and then negative 1500. And then here, what we could do is we could select the exterior wall number 1 by clicking on tab, and then after that, base constraint to ground floor. And then we're going to include this wall right here that we have. Ground floor as well. And that's the way I like it. And then here, go to ground again. And what we're going to form here is the area for the swimming pool. So the way we're going to do it is we're going to form another wall. So select the wall, edit type, duplicate. This will be pool wall. Press OK, edit, and here we need to change maybe a tile, ceramic tile. That's good enough for me to use. Thickness, let's change this to 100. And then here you can use ground up to level 1. That's fine because we're going to change the offset the base, and then the top offset. So right now we just create, this one is around 2800 by, let's see, this one is around 6000. So that's good enough. And I'm gonna place it all the way at the back right here. And then we will have a deck going to form around here. And then we will have some trees around and some bushes around here. So here, let's go to 3D. And we already set this one up to level 1. But this one should be ground, and this one should be ground as well, but with a negative base offset so that it goes below. So around 2000 is good enough. Actually 2000 is too much, so 1500, negative 1500. And then we need to create the floor right there. So ceramic tile is what we use. And then here we need to change the view range, because as you can see it's not showing. So what you need to do is you need to change the view depth unlimited so that it shows. So now here, component model in place, generic model, we need to create the floor. So I'm going to use ceramic. Ceramic tile. And then here, probably just 10 or maybe 20 for the depth. And then here, we could change this one anyway. So we're going to manually change the height. And then here, we need to just use rectangle, because we just need to box this one out. Let's look at the 3D. And then as you can see, it goes to the ground. So we just need to pull it down, because if you're making a model in place, it's very much, you can manipulate it easily, similar to this. So you could just grab all this. You can even extend this if you want to. So that's how easy it is to use a model in place. And then now we need to also add an extrusion for a water. Let's use water right here. Pull it up, click apply, and then OK. And then select rectangle again. And then add that rectangle right there, AL. And then let's look at it at 3D and see how it looks. So I just wanted to lower it a little bit. I wanted to at least give some gap. So I think that's good enough for there. And then click finish. After that, let's go again to ground. And I want to put the grass portion of this. Maybe I'll put the deck first, and then after that, grass around here. So here I'm going to use model in place again, another generic model, and then here the deck, I'm going to use another wood material that we have here. Apply OK, and then here we just need to add it right about here. I think that's good enough. And then go to 3D and then extend it a little bit. Right now we're extending to 200, but we're going to add maybe one strip of like a stair here and another one right here. So we could extend that and add on later on. Click on finish, and then another one, another model in place. Here we could actually, we need to create the floor now so that it's easier for us. So floor around here would be grass, because I want some grass around. So might as well click on floor, edit type, duplicate, floor number 2 will be grass. And then pull it up, apply, OK, and then OK. Put it right here. I'm gonna use this one first. Also right here. Around here should be good enough. 600. We're probably going to maintain that 600. And then 600 probably right here. And then now we need to trim and extend. Delete this. Trim and extend right here. And then right there. So around here, I want grass. And then of course, around here is a different floor that we're gonna use. Click on floor, edit, duplicate, and then I'm gonna choose a concrete floor right here. Of course, those are not yet the finished material, because once we're in Twinmotion, it's a lot easier to add those right there. So here I'm gonna click on pick line, and then around here. So we just need to trim and extend on this side, and click, and then trim and extend as well on this side, and then click finish. And then if we want to curve this a bit, we just need to give it some curve. We could add it later on, but right now this one's looking good because we could add in grass. Of course, I'm gonna put in a window here, and then a sliding door right here. And or maybe I'm gonna put a protruding door here, the bifold door. So on this side. Now I'm gonna provide the link here. It will be a part 1 description of this series. So what you need to do is click on the second link. So I will have a second link. What you need to do is click on to download pull ladder, maybe the parametric folding door, or either the sliding door. So either way, we're gonna use those ones. Maybe we're download the pot light as well, circle. We're gonna use that later on. And the handle for this one is for the kitchen. So we're basically adding all of this later on. But this will be in the part 1 description, probably the second link. So you need to have those. And then once you do, go to downloads, and then in the downloads, what you just need to do is you just need to drag and drop. So I'm gonna click on pull ladder and drag it. It will update itself if it's not yet the correct update or the correct version. But here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it on this side, because most of the time what we have here is some stairs. So pull stairs. Here is the pull ladder. And once we check that, it looks pretty good on that side. What I'll also do is select this wall, and I want to have a top offset of at least 20. So at least I have that um, that those things protruding a little bit. And then after this, what I want you to do is to drag and drop the sliding or the folding door. I'm going to use the folding door first, or let's try both of them. Folding door, we will have it something like this, but it's too big. So this is editable. So what we could do is head height, we want it to be at least 2000. And then here, I want it to be zero cell height. And then here, I want it on level 1. So that's correct. And then I want to edit this. Number of panel, it depends on you or how much you're gonna add. But in terms of the width, this one, let's put in 2000. And then here for the width, around probably 4000 only. The number of panel, I'm gonna put 6. And then let's look at it, how this is looking right here, where we can just move it a little bit. So I'm estimating around something right here, around 3200 only. So we will need to edit this again, instead of maybe 4, and then here 3200 width, and then height, and then frame. And as you can see, it's easy to edit, maybe 3000. But here we could just move this one, because I think this is more than enough space for the living area. So I'm just going to snug it in like that. And if we see it, it looks much better like this, so that you could just open the blinds like that. And like I said earlier, I'm going to add probably a stairs here and then another stairs here, so that it looks much better. So probably 2 stairs here, and then probably one more right here. So now I think I'm just gonna use the parametric folding door. So but if you want to use the sliding door, you could drag and drop that there. It's not yet updated, so leave it. Don't cancel the upgrade, so just leave it like that. And then once it's upgraded, you can see how it looks. I'm going to show it to you. So either or, you'll be able to select which one you want. But for me, I like the way this one looks. I like the sliding door as well, but this one looks much better. So here we have the sliding door as well, and you can click here to make it open. So it's easy to use as well, and then it's easy to edit. As you can see, you could just edit type, and then you could have all of this change as well instantly. So it's up to you to decide which one you're going to use. I'm going to use this one, and I'm going to leave it like that. And then before we finish this, I want to have stairs around here. So I'm going to put stairs around here, and then I'm going to put stairs right here. So I'm going to click on edit. So I'm going to click on edit, in place, extrusion, and we're going to have I'm gonna set this one, pick a plane. I'm gonna select it from this wall. And then after that, I'm gonna use rectangle to estimate the height. I'm gonna align it from this top. There we go. And probably, I think this is good enough. Or I'm going to edit the extrusion again and then just leave something like this. So 100. Trim this, click finish. So it looks nice like that. We can extend it a little bit more, something like that. This one looks good. And then now let's do it on this side as well. So create a sweep. So I'm gonna create a sweep. I'm gonna pick path first. I'm gonna pick this path going here, but we need to connect both of this path. So after that, click on finish, edit profile, and similar to that, we could create this profile right here. This one we could just go down now. So maybe 100 instantly, and then we could extend it a little bit, maybe 200 on that. And then click on finish and then finish again. And as you can see, this one looks much better as well. And I want to copy the same material. We want to copy the same material, and at least everything looks good right here. We could edit this if we want to make it nice so that it knows that. So cancel that. This one we just need to edit sweep again, select profile, edit profile, and we could just make it 300. Cannot generate to modify it, so something is not working right here. I'm gonna investigate first. So what I did is I just redo what I did because something's wrong. So once I finish this, I save it, and then I did it. I did this one at its own, so that's why. And then now what I need to do is go to ground, and I just need to fix this. I want this grass material to be at least until here, and then here I want this to go around here. So let's trim this out. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 6 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to create the outside part. So we added the pool, and then the deck, and we added the sliding door. Now we're gonna continue working on this. Here I can see that we have this part. So I'm just going to copy this top offset so that we can apply it right here as well. And then might as well add the glass or the windows right here. So let's go to level 1, and I'm going to select this curtain wall CS, and let's add our windows on this side. You want to make sure to click on spacebar so that it goes inside. And then also let's add one right here. And then let's go to 3D, and then here let's go to modify, cut, select the wall first and then the curtain wall. Wall and then curtain wall. And let's see how it looks. This is good because it already set the top offset for us. We don't need to worry about it. Next thing we're gonna do is I'm planning to add a pergola on this. So this one, I want it to actually go down a little bit. So for the curtain wall, I want it to be at 2000 only. So I need to pull it down a little bit more and negative 800 instead, because that I just want my floor to ceiling curtain wall to be only here, not on this side. So I'm actually gonna copy this to apply on this side, and then we're gonna add a pergola so that once we add something here, it will really be nice. And then obviously we have to pull it up a little bit. So let's do this nicely. So make it 950 for base offset. There we go. And then at least everything is consistent with the height and everything else. And then here we're gonna add bushes and then a small tree that is at least visible with the kitchen that we're gonna create later on. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm also going to add a grass part on this side. So I know this is floor number 2, so let's go to level 1 and let's add a floor number 2 right here. So let's change this to 2 and then select here, and we want to add the flooring right here. Click finish, and then let's look at it, and this one looks good. I just want to pull it back a little bit because I put it too much, and that will be really good. We're going to add grass part here later on. It's a little bit on the first floor level, not like here it's underground. So I kind of put it up a little bit so that it's easier to look at and it's easier to see. Now what I'm gonna do is we could actually add our mullions right here. So click on architecture, mullion, all grid, and we're going to select 50 by 65. So I'm going to add it on this side and then on this side as well. There we go. So we have right there. On this side, we need to click on curtain grid first. So I'm going to make it 3 and then just put it in the middle on this side. And then after that, click on mullion all grid and select those windows right there. So I'm happy with that. And then now we can start adding our pergola. What I want to do first is to add 2 posts. So now let's go to ground floor, and we're going to set a model in place. So click on component drop down, model in place, and then here generic model. After this, extrusion, and then here we're gonna set a wood material. I want this wood material to be consistent, so I'm gonna use it all the time. So 24H Lulam, and then here we're going to add, because we're going to connect it to our wall right here. So I just want to set maybe 100 to 100. Or make it 150 instead. Just to give that thickness. Copy, and then move it on this side. And then let's change this extrusion to around 900. And the way model in place is good is that you can manipulate it afterwards. So here, as you can see, it's not too much, but we can manipulate it and put it up ourselves. And then here, we're going to touch it, and we will have another one right here. That is will be the cross beam. And then after that, we're going to add the one at the top. So here, create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and then on top of this post that we just created. Now it's not letting us, so we're going to just select it here. It's fine because we could also pull it up. So after that, go to 3D, pull it up again, similar to what we did here. The reason that you cannot select the one at the top because of the view range. So we have it here. We're going to have, so actually it's much better if we, so I'm gonna undo that first. I'm going to edit, and might as well add it on this side as well so that it looks much better. So align, and then AL, align it on this side. And then now trim and extend, TR, trim and extend on this side. Go to 3D and then pull it up. So we have our stuff right here. We just need to add the remaining. So the way I'm gonna do this is I'm going to set something right here on this side. So we could go to maybe east elevation and then create another extrusion, pick a plane, and then here we're going to set, choose this wall right here, extrude it, and then maybe rectangle so that it's easier to see, and then we can make it something like that because we're going to add some design here. Click on finish, look at it at 3D on how it looks. So now we're going to size it up like so. So that's fine. And then once we do finish that, we could go to level 1 probably, whatever's easy to see. So level 2, and once we're here, we could actually go and array this. So we're gonna array, click on last. Here we could set it on how many we want, maybe 15. Set it all the way to the left side. But the problem with this is because I set it, so it doesn't let me, the constraint here, because I set it on this wall. So instead, I'm gonna discard this. I'm gonna undo it actually. So actually instead, we need to go to north elevation, and I'm going to add it on this side. So extrusion, pick a plane, we're gonna select this wall, and we just need to add one of this. Click on finish, go to 3D, extrude it now, similar to what we were planning to do. And let's go to level 2, select this, array, click on last, change this to 15, and then grab it. So after this, as you can see, you can increase the how many of this you want to add, and then it will space it out. So even though like that, you can space it out and it will space it out nicely. So that's the way you can do it fast and easy. And if you see it, it will look like that. And you probably can increase it more, 30, and depending on how you want it. And then before we click finish, let's create some design here. So let's go now to our east elevation, and we're gonna set this to avoid extrusion. We need to pick a plane, select this plane, and then here we could change something. So I'm going to set it like that. Let's put it like that. So it depends on you on how you're gonna design this. So don't you worry. Trim this side. And then now let's put this one right there. Click on finish. Go to 3D. Now we just need to extend this. So I'm just going to grab this to be extended. I just need to grab this, and then once you grab, you can see once we cut geometry. So we're going to cut geometry right now, and there we go. And you just need to select that, cut geometry on each and every one of them. There we go. You know that it is there you just need to click geometry and select all of those. That's the only pain that this is doing, is that you just need to cut geometry each and every one of them. There we go, and then click on finish, and let's admire what we've accomplished, and this one looks really good. Another thing that I want to do is to add something on here. I'm gonna use a sweep so that the difference of this floor to this floor. So here I'm gonna click on model in place, and then generic model, and then after that click on sweep, and then pick path, and this is just going to be a simple sweep just to add some details on our drawing. So click on finish, edit profile, and then here we could select this rectangle, and we want to go and add it on this side, and then we want to change this to a concrete material. Anything will do. Apply, OK, and then OK again, and there you go. Something different that we could add to make everything look nice. Just a separation like that. And then in Twinmotion, we could add in some furniture right here, even a barbecue. We could add it on this side, and then some seating, and then we also have some space to add in for our pool chair right here. And what I'm gonna do as well on this side is I want to split this. I forgot the material that we use here, so concrete board form, so I want to make sure to check that. And here we're just going to modify and then split face. I'm gonna select this, and we're going to just add a line here so that we could differentiate two different material. So now click on paint, concrete form, which is we have, and select that. Now it looks consistent, but we still have this part right here. So that's the only way that I want to do that. And then here, what we could do is we could go to level 1, and we want to double check how this one is being changed. So we need to click on wall joints, select that, and then here we could click on next, and we want it to be on this side, so that once we do that, we have everything nicely. Okay, so now we need to split, grab a line there, click finish, click right here, and we want to make sure to select the same material. And as you can see, everything flows nicely right here. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 7 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the pergola. We added some windows and we added all the mullions. Now we're going to continue working on this. We want to start by creating our kitchen. So now let's go to level 1, and here under our level 1 I want to move our section on this side, and then I want to flip them as well so that we'll be able to see what we're working on. So I'm just adding it here and I want to see everything. What I'm planning to do is to have basically an L shape. Fridge will be on this side, L shape. We have cabinets on top of here, but not on this side because we have some windows right here. So something different. So now let's go to architecture, drop down component, model in place, and then select generic model, press OK, and then OK. Click on extrusion, and we want to set this to a wood material, a different wood material. So here, let's choose one of this materials right here, 28C. Click apply, OK, and then we're going to create the base. Here, let's set this one to 875, and then let's add an L shape right here. I'm gonna set this to around 600, and then I want to make sure to maintain all of that. So this one should be around 600 as well. I want to see 650. I want to set this to 650 instead, and then trim and extend on both sides, and then delete those remaining right there. So 650 and then 650 on this side. So I'm happy with that. And then after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D, and it will look like that. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our kick plate. So we're gonna use a void form and then sweep, pick path, select here and select here, click on finish, and then click here again, edit profile, and then select this rectangle. We're going to put this one right here. This one is around 50, and then this one is make it 100. So that's our kick plate. Click finish, and then go to modify again, and then click finish again, and then click on cut geometry. So now it's cut. As you can see right there, we created our kick plate. Next, I'm going to go back to level 1 and select this to add in our top. So here I'm going to select extrusion, set, and then once you click that, we're going to add so I'm going to use pick line, and then after this I'm going to set this to 25, and the material should be a stone material. This one we already used, so I'm going to use this one. Click there, and then as you can see, I need to set this one properly again. So edit, pick a plane. I'm going to use this plane. There we go. And as you can see, we have our countertop. And then next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add the sink. So what we're gonna do is go to insert. So before we do that, let's click on finish first, and then we could edit this later on. So here, go to insert, load family, and then here what we're gonna do is we're going to go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then select the sink, and we're gonna choose one of this. And then I'm gonna choose this one instead, or maybe the one for the island. So just a small kitchen. Oh no, I'm gonna choose the single. Click on open, CM, and then I wanna select it on this side. And since we're here already, let's add in some of the furniture or equipment. So specialty equipment, domestic, mid-range, and we're going to add in the fridge. So I'm going to use this, click open, type in CM to add it instantly. And then here, I don't want my label to show. Click apply, okay. And then let's align all of this, AL. Let's move this first so that we could align it properly, AL, and then align it there. And of course, we're going to create a case here. So actually, we shouldn't align it. Let's just align it at the back, which is it's already at. So I'm gonna create a case here for this. But I want to change the depth to 650 as well, so that it looks nice enough on this side. So we have enough space, and we still have this one's still visible. So as you can see, we need to void this one as well, because right here we need to edit again. So go to level 1, edit, and then here we need to void extrusion so that we can see the sink here. So rectangle, we need to set it, pick a plane, and then let's select it right here. After that, let's just give it some space like this. I don't want to make sure I want to make sure that I don't touch this because I don't want it to be flashing. And then here, as you can see, we have our extruded part, but it's not extruded too much. So I'm going to extrude it going down so that we could see this one. So cut geometry, and as you can see, it's showing now. So that's how you do it, like that. And then we're going to create an island. So that's the last thing that we're gonna do. What I'm gonna do next is to maybe add something right here. So let's create, or let's do the section. So I want to make sure that we have the section open, and here let's create an extrusion, pick a plane, and then select this wall, and then here we're going to change it to a different wood material, maybe 36C, apply, okay, select this one, and create an opening right here. And then this one should be all the way to 2800 only, so that's perfect. And then delete this, and then SL on this, and then TR, trim and extend. Click finish, see it in 3D, and then let's just push it out like that. And then let's go to level 1. I want to see how it looks. So it looks good. And here we need to add our cabinets. So I want to see what the material we'll use here. See, Control C, go to section, and then let's add or start adding those ones. So here I'm gonna click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select it here. I want to have an extrusion of only 10 because it's just the door of the kitchen door. And here I want at least offset this to 10 as well, so that we have some gap going inside like that. And then might as well mirror this. And then here we could just move this one, or just delete or offset this to 5, and then delete the one in the middle, and then another one. So we have those that we could create. SL on that, and then SL right here, trim it. This one should be deleted, and then trim it again here, and then delete this part. So now this is looking good. We just need to mimic the spacing, copy it, and grab it from the corner. And then we're gonna do it on this side as well. CO, grab it there, so that we don't need to keep on creating those split element. CO there, I don't want to touch that, so CO, grab it there, and move this one. And you want to make sure that you have the correct spacing. Let's use this, and then put 10. So that's good on that side. And how about on this side? Let's fix this as well. CO, and let's add it on this side as well. Obviously, it's not all hinge door. We have drawers as well. So might as well add those drawers as well right here. Offset it to 10, and copy and grab it. Put it on this side, so to change it a bit, make it equal at least. And then now SL, and then SL. You just need to split it, and then TR, trim and extend, unjoin them. So this one we need to SL as well. This one is an extra, so we could just delete, trim and extend. We need to SL on here, and then this will be extra. Trim and extend, and those are extras. This one's good. Okay, and then now Gulam 36. See, that's fine. So we're gonna do that on the other side as well. Go to 3D, and we have something that looks like this. I want to add more detail, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select that again, or right here, void form, void extrusion instead. Pick a plane is I'm gonna choose this plane, and here I'm gonna put -5 and then go 5, and then here we're going to offset this to around 50 and just simply add this information right here. This one will make it look really good and look really modern. Click on finish and click on cut geometry, and if we see that, as you can see, it really looks good. A simple, but as you can see, a big impact in the way the kitchen will look. So next thing we're gonna do is just gonna click finish, because what we can do next is go to level 1 and add another section here so that we could see it much better. So I'm going to flip this on this side, change the view range, and then just double click so that we have our section 2 right here, and we could just move this one on the side. So now I'm going to select this, edit. We have Glulam 36, so I want to make sure that this is the one, this is the same material that I'm gonna use. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and what I'm gonna do is click right here, select, and then here offset this to 10, and might as well put it in the midpoint, flip it, and I want around 450 instead, and then copy it, select, and just move it. 10 is perfect, that's the way I like it, and then just copy, select this, copy, and then put it right here on this side, and then another one on this side, copy it again, put it on this side, and then lastly on this side. The ones at the end, you just need to make it going inside, and then we're just going to leave it like that, and here we just need to change this to 10 and 0, and then here Glulam 36, click apply on that, and then click finish. So we have all of those. Also what we could do is edit again. I want to add some drawers as well, so similar to what we did, we just need to add 2 up here, or maybe another 1 drawer, and then offset this to 10, and then right there, and then SL right there at the top, and then now trim and extend, and then trim right here on this side as well. And then we have something that looks like this, but we're still not ready because we can void this, void extrusion, pick a plane, select this, again -5, and then put 5 right here to apply. Use this, offset 50, and then click right here, and then just select the edges. Use spacebar to change the orientation of the offset. Okay, and then we just need to finish up, and there we go. So click on finish, and then cut geometry, and then finish again, and look at it at 3D. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 8 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to start adding the kitchen. Now we're gonna continue on this. I want to focus on probably the top cabinet and then the island. So now let's go back to level 1 and let's select section 1 as well. So here we're going to use the same one. So select this, edit in place, and we're going to create an extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this wall, and we need to change this. So 0 start, and then here we could add probably 400 for the top cabinet, and then here we want to use Gulam 36, the one that we use on this cabinets, and then here I'm just going to add a boolean, so around 250, make it maybe 200 only. Click finish, go to 3D to extend this, align it from this extension, and then those cabinets will fall under that. Go back to section, create extrusion again, pick a plane, select this wall, 400 is already set. So I'm just going to add this one right here, and we want to make sure that this is 800 and same material. So Gulam 36, and the only thing that I don't like is this one is protruding right here. So I probably want to change right here. I'm gonna move this wall. So I'm going to click on finish this first, delete all the mullions, so I'm gonna select all of this instead, filter this, and then wall grids, and then mullions. So I'm just going to select all the mullions and maybe the curtain grids, and then delete them. There we go. So that's very useful to use, is the filter. And then here I'm going to change, we can move this one right here so that we have enough space, and I think that's good enough. much better. And then curtain grid first. I'm just going to put it in the middle, similar to others, and then here just click off. So that's how easy it is to fix, and then it's not protruding on this side. So now let's go back to section 1, and what we're going to do is we're going to add this one as well. So select this, edit in place, and we could do extrusion, pick a plane, select this plane right here. Now 10, select here, and actually I think it's much better if we copy the way we have on the bottom. So I'm just gonna copy the way it is so that everything looks much better right here, and then align it on this side and then on this side. So now it's much better. I could grab this one, copy, and it will be a lot faster to add. And then at the same time on this side, copy again, and it's a lot faster to add. And then let's just align it at the end right here. And maybe this one we could just force it to go on this side, and then 10. And then now click on finish, and then after that void extrusion again, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this. Here we need to put -5 again, and then 5. Click apply, click rectangle, offset it to 50, and just click on the end on all of them. To make it a lot faster, just do the ones that are not standard. This one are standard. Copy it on one corner to just make it a little bit fast. Click on finish, cut geometry, and then finish again. And if we see 3D, it will look like that. We just forgot to make this one. This is supposed to be 10 only. So don't worry, it will fix itself because we put it on those planes. So the void form is not gonna be troublesome. It's going to fix itself. So that's good. We have the top portion right here. Might as well fix this one. So have the same look as what we have on this. Let's do section. I'm planning to add probably an open area here, so I'm going to void this. Void extrusion, pick a plane, void this one. I'm going to just select something like this. Align it so that everything is aligned, and then go to 3D, and then just push it like that, and then cut geometry. So now it looks much better, but we're not done yet because we could. So let's add Gulam 36. This is Gulam 36. So everything is Gulam 36. We just need to add the same cabinet on the side. So extrusion, pick a plane, Gulam 36. This one should be 10 and this is supposed to be 0. Let's add an offset here of 10, going inside, and then here, get it from the corner, and I'm going to align the ones at the bottom so that everything, the one at the top, there we go. There we go, right there. And then align it from the top. And then here again, might as well do it. There we go. Looks much better. Maybe put a break here. Offset this to 10. And then SL. And then trim and extend. There we go. And then just click finish. And we're not yet done. We're gonna say do the same thing. Extrusion, pick a plane, and then -5, and then 5 here. Offset 50. This one is too short, so we cannot do it. Maybe if we put 25, let's do 25 instead. So here we're going to do this like that. There we go. And click finish and then select cut geometry. Look at it in 3D and it looks good. I'm happy with the way it looks. So next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add our island. So let's go to level 1 and then here we're going to go back to architecture, model in place, and then here generic model. We're going to extrude this and we're going to choose a different wood material. Maybe the 36H is already used. 32H as well. 24C is not. So I'm going to use that. Select right here. This will be 0 and this one will be 875 is the height that I'm going to use. I'm going to have it right here. We can extend it more. So 1000. And this one should be 2200. Let's move it in the middle so we have enough spacing, and then we can add in more right here because we could just move this one a bit on the side. So after that, click on finish, look at it at 3D to see how it looks. Now we just need to add kick plate on each side. So I'm gonna use void sweep, but only on one side first. Pick edit profile, this one. Let's maintain the 50 by 100 so that we're very consistent with all of what we're doing. Click finish and then finish again, cut geometry, and then we're going to do it on the other side. Void sweep again, pick path, select the path, go back here, edit profile, select this one and do this right here, and then 50. Click on finish and then finish and then cut geometry. So like the way it looks. Now I'm going to create something here. I want the countertop to wrap around here, falling water or something like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to click on create, extrusion, set. I'm gonna set it on this plane, and then I'm going to go to section right here, and as you can see we have it right there. Select here, and this one we're not gonna use that, but we're going to use another stone. I'm just gonna use the granite, same thing. Granite rough. And then here we could wrap this one around. I'm just working on this one, and then trim and extend all of this, and then delete the ones that are not needed. And then here we need to put 25 on each side to make it consistent with everything else. 25. And then here we could just put 600 for now. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D. And then now we just need to move it on the other side like this, and we're going to give something right here, and then here probably we're going to move it a little bit like that as well. Also here we're going to align it, align it on this face for some of this. Click finish first, AL. Let's just move it so that everything is aligned. And then here we could add in some furniture. So I'm just going to move this one a little bit on this side. We have plenty of room. Insert, load family, go to seating, furniture, and we're going to choose this one, stacking, CM, and then let's add it on this side. CO, add it again, multiple times, around 3 is good enough. And then just space it out nicely. So now I'm also going to load in the equipment, domestic. We have mid-range here, and we're gonna do some cooktop. I'm probably going to use the electric. So click on open, CM, and we're going to add the cooktop right here in front. Select that, and then uncheck, and then apply OK. After this, the range hood as well, so load family, go back here, high end, and then we could have this one, the hood island. Click open, CM, and then we have the hood vent all the way right here, and then select that, and then here we could just uncheck the show label, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to move this one a bit right here, and then double click again. Here is the hood, so MV, move it at the top like that. I'm going to lower it a bit, and then we could extend this stem right there. I want to make sure the cooktop is visible. So the cooktop is actually good. It's all the way right there, so it's visible enough. Want to make sure to click on find so every detail shows. And then what I want is to move this one right here. Even though it's not visible, I know that we haven't put any cabinet here, so I'm gonna put the cabinet, add it in place, extrusion, pick a plane, and I'm gonna choose this plane, select rectangle, type in 10 for offset, and usually this is what I do, put it in the middle like that, and then let's add probably somewhere right here and somewhere right here. Maybe it's too much, make it 400, and then here 410. Offset this to 10. There we go. And offset again to 10. I forgot on this side and on this side. And I'm just going to copy the spacing that we have on this side. Just gonna copy this 400, and I think that's good enough. Copy this to 400 again, and then offset 10. And I'm just going to add some drawers right here and on this side to change it up. Offset 10, and then SL, And then on this side as well. Okay, so now let's trim this on this side now, because we got it on the other side. Trim this one right here, and join those, and join again, because we're going to reconnect them. There we go. Let's trim this, delete this, and I believe we're good. Click on finish, and then lastly we're going to do the extrusion, but this one should be 10 only. And then now we need to do an extrusion. Pick a plane, we're gonna choose this, -5, and then 5 again. Click here, offset to 50. And then just finishing up. And then there we go. So click finish, cut geometry, and finish again. And let's see on 3D how it looks. And it looks much better. We just forgot to change the material. Coolam 36. And there we go. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 9 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the island in the top cabinet. Now we're gonna still continue on this. So in the part 1 description, there's the second link. The only thing that you need to do is to click on or drop in the handle once you download it. In the other videos, I showed you that you need to download certain stuff, and this is one of it. So we have this handle, and what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add it right here and on this side as well. We could flip it if we want to, so we could just add it on this side. So now before we do anything else, we need to flip this back, or we could just actually select this CS, and let's add this handle on this side first, knowing that we already have this and it's already facing on this section. So now I'm just going to move this to the midpoint and then copy this and put this one in the midpoint as well, similar to the others. Here, CS spacebar so that we could add it on this side, and then we could just CS on here as well, and then maybe we could mirror this one. and then copy it on this side. There we go. So now we could go back to level 1 and then we can flip this one so that it's facing on this side. So if we go back to section, as you can see, we have this one right here. Let's move it on the midpoint and then move it down a little bit so that we could just copy it like that. We're not going to put anything on this side. And then CS again, and then move it on this side. Let's put it here first, the one in the midpoint, and then copy it right here and also on this side. And then copy this CO on this midpoint. And mirror this. And then we can delete this now. And then just copy this one so that the spacing is good enough already. And then there. And it's up to you if you want to add here and there. Go back to go to section now, and here this is, we need to just move this because it's not showing on this part. So now once you move it, you could just select this one, CS, so that we could grab it, put it in the midpoint so that we could just move it a little bit there. CO, copy it on the midpoint. And then CS and add on this side. So now let's go back to 3D. We got all the handles already. And what I want to do next is to add maybe those knee rims here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 1 and let's go and model in place, generic model, and I'm gonna do a sweep, sketch path, and let's just maybe create this first and then delete this and then fillet arc here. So 40, and then here make it 40 as well to be consistent. Click on finish. Let's look at it at 3D and then edit profile and make it circle, and then here choose one of those metal material. Click apply, OK, and then click finish. And then what we could do is we can move this. I'm just going to go to section, or click on finish first. Go to section so that we could see it properly. Move that section there. And then here we could just move it going up. Edit in place. There we go. And then now we just need to move it going inside. That looks good. A little bit more going inside. I think that's good enough. I like the way it looks. And then click on finish. And then now what I want to do is to create the L-shape stairs. So here what I'm gonna do is click on stairs. I'm gonna use this first and then click on, maybe I want it to be around 15 only. Press OK, and then let's create this all the way at the top. I want to have a landing there, so I'm going to create this with a landing. So the landing didn't work, so I'm just going to close this first. So let's try this again. So let's go to level 1 and then click on stairs. There we go. It created some landing because what happened is, so usually I went over this. It's not, the thing is too short to create a landing, so that's why it didn't let me. So now I'm gonna click on finish first and then move it to the right location. So that's why what I do first. And then if you see this one is sticking out now. So what I'm gonna do is, instead of 1 2 3, I'm gonna do 2 and then going there. So let's edit the stairs. I'm gonna push this 2 there and then here to go. We can also put just 1 if we want to, so that it's good enough. But it's too much actually. I think this is good enough. Click on finish. I'm not gonna put any of the railings here, so I'm gonna delete the railings. Also remove all the stringers, none, and then none. So actually I'm gonna put a stringer here and then put none on this side. And then here, close. I'm gonna open this and I'm going to make this 900 in height. The width is around, make it 30. Total depth is around 900. And let's see how it looks. So I'm gonna use that instead. And here I'm gonna make it glass. So just use one of the glass here. Anything will do. Apply OK. Apply OK. There we go. Now select here. Let's make this one much better. So here, make sure middle is checked. Let's see what the materials right here. It's not been given. So I'm going to make it a metal material. Okay, and then now you need to select the dot dot right here, and then we don't want any riser. So now it's being supported by this one. And then here we need to set the materials that we're going to put here. But before that, as you can see, I want to align it on the wall and then on here. So now it's looking much better because everything is flowing nicely. And then here, the material that we're gonna use, select here, and then the material we're going to put a wood material. I usually put mahogany because I like the way it looks. And there we go. And then if we go back, or if we go to the downloads, so it's on part 1 description, in the second link you will be able to download the glass support. So here, just download it, and then once you download, go to the downloads folder, and here we could just drag and drop. And the way it looks is something like this. Very big, but it's up to you to make it small. So you can edit the family, or edit right here, make it small so that it looks much better. So I'm gonna make this one small, edit, instead of 20 let's put 5, click finish, and then instead of 40 let's make it 10, click finish, make sure everything looks good. Extrusion is around 15, load it, no, and then override existing and its parameter, and as you can see it looks like this. We can make it much better, a little bit on the extrusion side. On this side I want it to be 10. There we go. This one, make it 10 as well. Load it back, override extrusion there, and then we just need to create a section here. So not create, but we could just move this so that we don't need to do it anymore, and just line it up. What we could do is put fine wireframe so that we could see everything, and then let it look like that this is the one that is holding everything up. Copy it, and then now we just need to copy it on that corner so that we keep on adding it. And then on the same side we need to add another section here, or just move this section on this side, make sure select this one, CS, and then go to section 2, and then we just need to clean this up first as we cannot see everything, and then make it wireframe, select this one as well, CS, and then just fix this, copy, and then copy on the corner. If we see it, everything looks really good, and as you can see there, the only thing that I want to do is at least I want it to be piercing there. So maybe I could just edit family and probably pierce this one through. Load it, overwrite existing, and then there we go. So that looks really good. And if you see it, it will look like it's bolted there, so that to hold this and to hold everything else. And I'm gonna go back to here and then maybe copy this one right there, and then put this one on the side. Just weird that it's not letting me add it onto this plane, but now everything's good. There we go. Now everything looks like it's bolted, and probably I could edit this one a little bit. Move it more. Negative 40, and then this one probably is 5. Load. There we go. So now everything is connecting. And then let's do something right here. I want to add curtain wall. So windows right here. So we could do is add this one on the side, and then here at the top right here. And then I'm probably going to add here as well. So why not? Click on cut geometry, all first, and then curtain wall. And I just want to add, so I want to align it to the same height right here. But I'm going to edit this to have it like that, and then give it something like that as well, and also this. So I'm going to align it all, but except for this one, and then add curtain grid, and then maybe on this side. And then after this, architecture again, click on mullion, all grid, and then add all grid on that side. So now everything looks good. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 10 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the stairs. Now we're gonna continue working on this. We could start off by creating the second floor. So what we can do is select level 2. And as you can see, we have our underlay turned on. So under your properties, underlay is right here. Usually it's automatic that it will see level 1. That's to help you add in any information that you want to, like for example, at least you can see where everything is going. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the exterior wall number 1 here, knowing that we already have it. We could use CS or create similar, which is under this modify, or just type in CS once you select that. So now we'll be able to add exterior wall number 1 directly right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select C1 right here, and then here we're going to go all the way to C number 3. So once we do that, we could go right here to our B3, and then going across right here to B5, and then going down all the way to J5, going across right here to J3, going down again to H3. We actually need to go back right here. We need to push this back. So instead of J3, go into J4, and then CS here again, going right here to H4, and then going across right here to H1, and then here we need to go around here, and at the same time we need to go to C1. So here I'm going to extend this right here, going across right here, and right here. So I'm not gonna attach it for now, so I'm gonna align it AL so that we could align it to all together, and then going across there so that everything looks good. It's overlapping. We can turn off the underlay now. Later on we could turn it on, because we could basically CS a lot of stuff that are down there already. So here I'm going to put it to none and click on apply, and then here we could hide it for now, hide element, and then if we want to show it again, we could just reveal it later on. So now we're going to probably extend the glass so that it's all the way to the top, and it looks good because at least it's showing all of this. We have something that is from outside but at the same time indoor, so we have our own oasis. So now we can click on wall again, and choose interior wall number 1 because we're going to add our walls right here. So now I'm gonna box this off, so I'm gonna connect it here all the way up to here. So H3 up to F3, and then here we will have our bedroom again, and then here I'm just going to put up to 3000, going down to 900 or maybe more, 1000, make it 1000, 1000, and then here we could connect it back right here. And then I'm gonna undo that AL so that we could align it all together properly before connecting it. It's easier that way. And then here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extend it all the way right here. So for now, CS, this will be exterior wall. I'm going to extend this so that we have enough room. At the same time, SL to split element on this, SL, we could split element on this side, and then we could just move it all the way right there. So now we will have the washroom right here, and then a bedroom right here, and this washroom is for the 2 rooms that we have on this side. So you will add a door right here and a door right here for connection. And then here what we can do is we could add in 3000, around 3400 on this side, and then we're gonna connect it here before we need to align this. So align it here, and then you need to push it. And then this is the walk-in closet for the masters. We can extend that as well, and also we could extend here, and then we're going to have our washroom right here as well, so 2500. And might as well connect it all the way right here. And this will be open area. At the same time, we're gonna be able to see the stairs from the outside. And then here, just connect it. And then here, we just need to extend this wall all the way right here, so it's connected. So once they come up, they'll be able to enter to the masters. And then we have the washroom, the ensuite right here, and then the walk-in closet, and we have another bedroom right here. So now what I'm gonna do is let's turn on our underlay. The reason for that is so that we could reuse some of the furnitures that we already have added. So for example, like the door, we have 700 by 2000. We're gonna reuse that, and add it right here. We could add it on this side for the walk-in closet, or we could just add it on this side. Spacebar to change orientation. And then here, we're going to add the washroom right here. Or I'm thinking I should add it on this side instead, so that everything will flow correctly here. And then here, like, we could add in the door right here. And then, as like I said earlier, we have a door right here, and we have this door that connects both of the, or that could be used for both of the bedrooms. We could extend it a little bit more, as you can see, 1200, or maybe 1100 is good enough. And then we could add in, because we have this one right here, I want to add the closet on this side. So CS interior wall, around 700 is good. And then here we could just close this off, as we added this room for here, so around 800, because we have enough space here, as you can see. So let's insert the bed. So let's go to insert, load family, and go to furniture, and then we have a bed here. I'm gonna use bed box. Click open, CM, and let's change it to queen, and we're going to add the queen bed right here, facing there, and the bed also on this side. And then we have the bed on this side as well. At the same time, let's add the one that we have, the nightstand below. So we're going to add it right here. So see how easy it is to add once you already have it loaded. So I'm just adding it right now. I click it and then I type in CS. Here we could just move this one a little bit. MV. I know it's kind of confusing because there's underlay below and it's just disrupting what we're seeing, but once we turn that on, everything will look nice. And then here we could just move it a little bit so that we have enough space for the nightstand here. So I'm just nudging it in place as we have enough room. And then after that, let's add in the toilet. CS on that. I'm gonna add the toilet right here. And then also we could have the toilet right here for this side. And then we're going to add a sink. CS. Sink on this side. Might as well add two because this is an ensuite. Hopefully we'll be able to add. So CS on this. Let's try and adding it here. 2. And we're going to put shower right here. So we could we'll be able to add all of those. Even though it's tight, just to show that we have two sinks, and looks like everything that we need to add is already added. Now we could turn it on again, turn off it. So we just need to put it to none and then click apply. And then now the best thing to do is to add the detailed line, thin line, and then just add it like that. And then here, add it there. And then after this, I want to add the door right here. So we need to go to insert, load family, go back to the main, look for doors, residential, and then we have the sliding door. So we need to look for that. Sliding door, click on open, load everything. Just select one of here and then scroll down, hold on shift, and then select the bottom and then press OK. It will highlight everything. Now it's a door, so we need to type in DR, and then here we could add the appropriate size. So I'm gonna put in 17 or maybe 18 for this one. 1800 by 2000 is good enough. Here that's stretching it too much, so we're going to put 1700. That's good enough there as well. We don't need it here because we need to add in the walk-in closet. At the same time, we need to add annotate, detailed line again, but the demolish because it's dash line. Let's add more information. And then here, the good thing is we could add shelvings on all throughout here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in thin line first, and then add 600 all throughout here. There we go. And then make it 600 here as well, so that everything is consistent. And then we could just add in the thin line afterwards. Demolish, pick line, and then offset this to probably 50. I want it to be consistent so that I just use pick line, and then we could just trim on those corners. And then you can even add an island if you want, but I think that's good enough. I'm happy with this. And then actually here we could just move it back because we have actually enough room on this side, so I didn't notice that when we're adjusting it earlier. Move it, MV to move, and might as well add in the lighting there. So go to insert, load family, and then go to lighting, architecture, internal, and then we have a table lamp. Click on open and then type in CM, and we could add it right here for now, add in a section so that we know what is the height. So here, what we could do is align it all the way to the top. There we go. So now it should be 762 from the top, but because we're just using CS, it will recognize the offset of the height. So we don't need to type in the 762 anymore because it registered whatever we added before. And then next thing is I want to add the shower. So let's go to load family, go back to the main, and go to plumbing, architecture, fixtures, and then we have showers, and then we have this one. Type in CM, and let's just add it on here. And as you can see, we don't have enough space actually here, so might as well just add one of this, and then at least we have enough there. And here we can see that I want to know 1700, so we need to duplicate this and then put probably 1700 on this side, and there we go. We added the shower there, and we're going to add the shower here as well. CS, space it right here. We have enough space on this side, so I think we're just gonna leave it like that. We can even put a stall toilet right here that is covered, so we could actually edit, duplicate, create an interior wall number 2, and here we could just change the size to 50, and then here CS, add it first right here, change it back, CS, and there we go. AL, align it, and we have at least a stall right here. We could remove this and we could make it much grander because we have a big sink here that is spaced out properly. And then we just need to add a door, probably a smaller door. We can move it a little bit, and then move this one on this side. And then here we could just make it smaller, 600, and push it back. There we go. I think that's good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 11 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the previous video, we were able to add the second floor already. We started adding the walls and then all the furnitures. Now we're going to continue working on this. For now, I'm just going to space out this one properly. This one is good, and this one we just need to space it good enough. And we just need to move this one to the corner right there. And here I'm gonna pull this back a little because we need to align this. So for now I'm just gonna leave it like that and see how it is connected with the underlay on. So I'm going to put in the underlay right there, and I believe the best thing is to align it here. And then here we should align it at the top right here from below so that everything is not overlapping, and as you can see everything looks good. So now we're gonna put it back to none, and then we could add in our floor. So let's go and click on floor, edit, duplicate. This will be number 4, and the thickness, let's maintain that. The material, let's duplicate this and then click apply, OK, and then OK. And here what we're gonna use is pick line. We're going to pick the lines, usually going from the inside. And actually here we just need to delete this because we're actually going around here. And then also on this side we're going to go around this part. So SL on this so that we could trim and extend. I'm doing it right now so that we don't get confused on which one we need to remove. So basically we need to go around here, and then we need right here as well. Pick line again, going around here up to here. So we just need to trim and extend on there, and then we could actually just connect this one and then trim this one right here. I think that's good enough. And then click on finish. Let's look at what we need to trim, and looks like it's right here. Click finish. If we check it, it will look like that. And then what we could do is we could apply the material. So we could go to modify and we could use mahogany. There we go. So now we have mahogany here, and then mahogany also on this side. And then the bottom are white. So we set it up as gypsum wallboard. And then if you notice, we have this stuff right here. We need to cover this, and then we need to have a glass right here so that we have a natural light coming in. And then here what we need to do when you have this situation is you need to, for this part, if we push it down, what will happen is it will have a gap here. So that's the issue that we have if we're gonna do that. So we can do that right now, but we need to change this one. So the way it is cornered, so we need to change it to wall joint, and we need to put next. There we go. So it changed. Now it will be on this side and this side. So now we just need to fix this. You need to select here, or select the wall, attach top base, and select there. So now after that, we just need to push this one down. So now nothing is overlapping there. You have the same situation on this side, but it's not something that we need to worry about. And then here, what we need to do is we need to push it down, and actually we will add a window here. So we're gonna add a window here and window on all of this, and then probably another window on this side but going on this way, and I want a window right here. Also, we could extend one of the windows right here. The reason for that is I just want a consistent look on this. So what we could do is select here, cut geometry, select the wall, and then the curtain wall. So make sure you select the curtain wall. So it's saying it's overlapping, and then fix it. So now it looks like that. And then here we could put in a glass as well, only on this side. And then here we could maximize this as well, but only on this side. I want it to be the whole wall, so I'm gonna undo that and just add a curtain wall on the second floor. CS, and then maybe here as well. I'm pushing it back a little bit because I don't want it to be looking too much like that. There we go. And then cut geometry. And then here we need to fix it a little bit because it's just all over. And this one, I don't like that it's showing there, but good enough for me. Now, knowing that we're going to have a parapet, I'm just setting it up so that it's not too high. not too low. So I'm just aligning it so that everything has a consistent height. And then here we could just add in mullion as well. Base offset around 200. EL, so that it's consistent with the height there. And then here, I think that's good enough. Maybe I'm just going to push this one back to the height that it has before. The reason for that is if we're going to be consistent, let's just consistent on all of them. And then let's just copy this one right here. And then cut geometry. What we can also do instead of here is just cut this. This is already exterior wall. Yeah, why might as well just cut this part. It should be much better. So SL, SL, TR, and then TR here. Then it's like more open. We don't need to put anything anymore. I think that's much better. And then at the same time, let's add in the roof. So I'm gonna use level 2 so that I could guide it around here, and then we're going to set it up afterwards. So click on roof, edit type, duplicate, and then roof number 1, edit, thickness 200, and then here maybe another gypsum wallboard. I just like the white first, and then we're going to paint it afterwards. So I just want that idea. Here you need to uncheck define slope, and this is important. Make sure it's level 3. You need to pick line and go around again, going with the exterior wall. Go around there, and don't worry about that. Here we need to include this side, and then now we need to clean up, trim and extend here, unjoin, TR again here, trim and extend here, and then here. Connect this one right here, and also on this side, and then click on finish. If you see it, it will be placed on the top, and then here you just need to, don't select anything, but just move your cursor on one of the exterior wall, click on tab, and then select. And then now it's selecting all exterior wall, and what you need to do is create a top offset of 400. So that's how we create the parapet, and we need to trim and extend there. Not sure why it's not connecting. TR. So I'm just going to fix this one a little bit. Trim and extend first. And then here, just connect them. So now it's fixed. Everything is happy. And here, I'm just going to add another material here. Usually asphalt shingles. I'm just looking for the asphalt shingles right here, and I'm gonna add it there. So I'm happy with that. Then now, before we finish, I want to add the windows. So let's go and select this one, curtain wall, CS, and then let's add curtain wall on this side. You want to make sure that it's going inside of the exterior world. We're going to add especially right here, because we will have a better view, a glass view of this side, and then we will add space bar to change orientation going inside, and then also adding right here. And then go to modify, cut geometry, and then we have washroom on this side that we could also add, but only on the top. Cut geometry, and then let's just pull this one up like so. And then here we could also add in a glass as well. And then we need to close that off. And click on cut geometry. We can also add, we're not gonna add it here because we have shelvings there, so that's gonna be good enough. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 12 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add in the roof, and then we added the curtain wall, so the windows, and then we added all the furniture. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the balcony on the three rooms that we have, so all of them will have. And also I wanted to add in the roof for this part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to level 2 first, add in the roof for that. So level 1, and then here we can add in roof number 1, set it to level 2, and then add only for the perimeter right here. After that, we could offset this, so base offset to negative 400, or maybe negative 300 is good enough. So now we could just go to modify, click on paint, and then add the same paint as what we have right here. So we have the roof there, and as you can see, everything is looking good. And then here I want to change the way the wall joint is. So let's go to level 2, and then let's change the wall joint. And then also I want to push this a little bit, and then here, wall joints, select this wall joint, and then go click on next until we have this part. So once we have, we'll be able to extend this one and then add in the appropriate floor that we have, that we need actually. So here I could just add it like that, and I know it's over, so AL, align it from below. So now I know everything is leveled properly. And what we could do next is I want to add, so actually the way I see it now, this one and also this one doesn't look good, but what I'm gonna do is I'm going to add the design that I want. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use architecture, model in place, and then generic model. And then here we need to go to south elevation so that it's facing forward. Click extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna choose this plane right here. And then I want to extrude it from here, so around 400 for now, because we will extrude it depending on how we want it. So here I'm gonna use duplicate, and we're going to use gypsum wallboard as a duplicate. And here what I'm gonna do is I'm going to connect this right here all the way here. We could align it there if we want to, and also what we could do is we could just add it for the wall right here. So we could trim this properly and delete all those small lines and trim it like so, and then click on finish, and I want to see how it looks. And we could extrude it as like I said earlier, and we could align it so that everything is aligned properly with the thickness and all. And as you can see, the way it is connected here looks much better. I think I'm going to put back the wall joints that we have here before. I think that's much better in terms of not having the same wall overlapping. So at least we could extend this, and then we could basically add a roof on here and then a roof on top of here. And then nothing is overlapping, I think so. If we put it right here, and then we could extend this a little bit forward. So I'm gonna edit the boundary. So here is just what we're doing is we are setting up a nicer connection. So we're just connecting them properly. Trim and extend, and join that. Now this one looks much better. And the problem we have is this extension right here. And then I'm going to align it all the way there. And the only problem is this one, this part right here, that is overlapping. So I think the best way is to just create something right here, maybe a small one of this extrusion, so that we could just add a bit right here and not worrying about overlapping. So now what I'm planning to do is to have this model right here, and with that it also is for the balcony. So I think I'm gonna leave it like this for now, and then maybe I could just edit this and then add a little bit of extrusion here, so everything is so I could set it here, make a plane, and then click finish and then align it. So once we're in Twinmotion and we set all the stuff, you won't even notice that there is a box there. It will all fill in and it doesn't look like it's misplaced there. So I'm just checking on how much extrusion should I do here. I think that's good enough. And also I'm gonna add in, so I'm gonna edit this again. I'm gonna add it on this side. So let's go to south elevation. Oh, sorry, north elevation is the other part. And maybe we're going to have it like this on this side. Extrude, pick a plane, and then I'm going to set it here. And then click finish. I want to see how it looks. And for some reason, not everything is doing good because we have something right here. So I'm going to deal with one at a time first. So here, I'm gonna deal with this. So I'm gonna click on finish first. This is just one wall. So click on attach and then detach target. How about this one? Attach base. So these are the ones that I could extend a bit. So let's go to north. Edit. sorry, not edit this one. This one is 200. Okay, and we need to align it at the top here, and I want to connect it right there. We have the 200, and we need to lower this down. And then we're going to lower that down as well. So now one at a time, we're going to lower it, AL, and then also on this wall. And then we're just gonna leave this one on that side, like that. And I'm thinking of, for this one, not to add anymore, because if we add, we're defeating the purpose of having the pergola. Or an awning there. So we're just going to clean it up a bit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use something like this again to go to the second floor and then clean it up. Create extrusion, and then just adding certain stuff right here, and then just trimming it. Just a quick way of fixing stuff. And cleaning the gaps. And using a line so that everything is aligned to specific walls. So I'm just going to do this, and then after that, what I'm gonna do is we're going to add the railing. So here it's not showing, but if we change the view range, we can change it to level below, and as you can see, everything is showing. We have it right here. We have even the pergola, and we have the extension right here. Maybe let's put negative 2000. So I change it a bit so that it's not too much. And then here, let's go to architecture, click on railing, and then we choose what we want, and I'm just gonna choose this one. Add it there, click on finish, and then add the railing again on this side. And then here we could just edit so that this one is connected to the wall. Sometimes kind of confusing, not seeing the model, and then there you go. And then let's fix this so that it's not showing that one. And then let's fix the view range. We don't need it anymore, so negative, click on apply, and there we go. If you don't want this, you have some glass bottom, and then this one as well. So either way, depending on what you want, you can change it a bit. You can also add just glass as well. You can use the same one that we use, which is curtain wall. We might do that instead because that one it looks much cleaner to have. So instead of this, why not? So I'm just gonna leave it that one for now, and the other one as well, and go back here so that we don't need to turn on the underlay, and we can see everything. So I'm just gonna click on wall and then curtain wall. Gonna add it right here, right there, and then right there. And then once we add, we can delete the railing, and then here as well, curtain wall. So we have it already there. And then just delete this, and then we just need to lower it to the proper height. You can align it, so that's good. And then just go back, and we want to make sure that everything is doing like that. Maybe extend it a bit so that it's connected. There we go. And then also on the other side, extend it first, extend it, and then pull it back. Extend it first and then pull it back so that it's connected. So that's looking good. In the next video, we're gonna add emulsions and curtain door. So thank you for watching and hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 13 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the balconies and then the curtain walls. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the curtain grids so that we could add the mullions, and then I'm going to add the curtain door right here. So I'm gonna add mullion, sorry, not mullion but curtain grids first, and here I want to make it maybe 500 at the top, and then probably I'm gonna make 1000 for the door, and then here probably just in the middle, so 1000 right here and then like that. And then here I'm just going to put this at 3, and also here as well, knowing that I want to align this so that it looks much better aligned. And then here I want sliding there, so I'm going to put it like that. For this one, I want it in the middle, and then here as well, middle. So actually what I have here is a closet, so here we don't need to actually add something like that, only here on this part. So I'm happy with that. We already have mullions there, and then here I'm not gonna add any balcony here, but I'm gonna add on this side, and I want to maintain this one around 800 probably. And then just pull it right there for this one, and then let's put 500 at the top, and then I just want a different look here, so 500 on that side, and then again 500 right here, and 500 at the top and bottom, just to give it some design there. And then once we're done, we can click on mullion, and you'll want to remember to use 50 by 65. Click on all grid lines, and then right here as well, add it here and there. Want to make sure to double check everything is good. So now we need to zoom in here where the door will be placed. You want to delete the one in the bottom and this one as well. After that, once we delete that, we need to go to insert, load family, and go to doors. And then here we have curtain wall single glass. We need to insert that, and then the technique is to just put your cursor right about there. And then once you do, click on tab. And then once it is highlighting everything, or like just the panel, it's highlighting, click on that. And then you need to go to properties and then go to drop down, and then you will see the door curtain wall there. Don't worry, the orientation, you will be able to change that in the floor plan. So here again, just put your cursor in the middle of the panel that you want to highlight. Click on tab, it will highlight that panel, and then click on that, and then go to drop down under properties. And then let's go back to level 2, and then here we need to push it outwards, and then also on this side, and then flip it around. I want to double check what we're doing, and looks like everything is good. I'm happy with what we have here. So now what we're going to do is to add in a floor right here. So we need to go to ground floor, and we need to add the floor plan right here. So don't worry about this one. This is just the extrusion that we created on the previous video. So we just need to add it around here. So first I'm going to go to floor, and then edit type, duplicate, and then this will be floor number 5. Press OK, and then click on edit, and you want to make sure you change it. I'm gonna choose one of the concrete right here, and let's just choose a random one. Apply, OK, and then press OK. And then here, using pick line, you need to pick the exterior walls, and then after that, TR, trim and extend. And then once you're done, click finish, and we want to double check. So we have I have it right there. Next thing we're gonna do is we're going to add like steps similar to what we did here, but on this side. For the steps here, I'm planning to adjust it a little bit. I'm gonna use extrusion instead because I want it to be editable and I want a different design. So for this one, I want to add some planter here so that we could add some bushes in front of the house. We can also put in a tree if we want to, but I think bushes is good enough. So it will be an extension of the stairs. So that's why I want a stair within an extrusion. So click right here, model in place, and then generic model. Press OK, and then here we need to add an extrusion. We need to set this one, and let's pick a plane, and then let's choose this wall as our extrusion. After that, we need to create something like how tall it is, because we all know that this is 400 as we set up our project. So with that said, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create the steps. From that, I'm gonna pull this one all the way right here, but that step probably I'm gonna create multiple ones. Here I'm going to change this to concrete as well, so that we so that we have the capacity of changing So here, let's add the first one, probably 150 or maybe 1200. 120 actually. It's a good height. Consistent enough. But if we see this is, so maybe we could put 130, and then this one, let's make 130 as well, and then this one is 140. 130, 130, and then 1, so 130, 130, and then here is 140. So that's good enough. After that, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right there. You can also do 135 so that we have 135 here and then 130. So that's good enough. It's not something that it will be noticeable. And then click on finish. As you can see, it looks good because we have something that we could play around with. We all know that it's easier than doing the stairs. And then what we can do as well is we could extend this one if we want to. So those are the things that we can do. And then after that, we could create the planter, extrusion, and then we could select this rectangle. I'm gonna set it into our ground floor level, and then we could add this one right here. I want to align it to the wall. And I'm going to extend this all the way right here probably. That's good enough size so that we have some turning radius right here. And then probably an offset of 100 going inside like that. We can even extend it. And then click on finish, and then what we can do again is to add, I believe this is floor number 2. So yes on that, floor number 2. But we're here under model in place, so we could just do an extrusion again and then put it from the inside. I'm just manually adding it right here. And then here we could put grass. Let's put plant. Let's try and using that, and then extrude it. And we could just put it above that. So something different that we could do. So now at the same time, we need to copy this CO, copy it to the corner, and let's add it right here. So what I'm gonna do is, instead I'm gonna use, let me figure out this one. I'm gonna delete it first. Go to ground floor, copy it from here, CO, remove the constraint, and then move it again to the corner right there. At the same time, it will have that stairs there that we could use. And then maybe we can make it small enough that we can have a small planter, CO. And the good thing about that is this one is very much editable, as you can see. And then let's copy the one inside, copy it, and then we have that something like that. You can extend this now if we want to, and click finish. So now it looks like that. We have enough room, maybe one car and some motorbikes, so those kind of stuff. So we could add those right there, and maybe after this we could put in some here as well, like a flooring again. So we could edit this and add this floor number 2, CS, and then here we're going to go over here for now, and then edit this one, the big one that we have right here. We just need to pick a plane and then go around. There we go. So now what we have is something that looks like this, and we could add in some plants here that could cover our, and then some small plants right here as well to add those. So last thing we do is to add grass around here. So I'm gonna go to ground floor, and I'm planning to add some grass on this side, and then grass on this side as well. So I'm just trying to create the site so that we can start making everything nice. Trim and extend on here. And then what we can do is we can delete this actually. We could just click here. Sorry, I made a mistake, but let me fix this, and then just expand it all the way out so that we could add some vegetation here once we're in Twinmotion. Don't attach. Actually, we need to edit boundary right here, because don't attach on that. We don't need to be attached there because we have some room right here. And then we need some street right here. So we need to add another floor, edit, duplicate, floor number 6. So concrete again. And then let's choose this one. So for now, this is good enough. We have some room to play around and make everything nice. As you can see, we have this one, and we still need to finish a lot of stuff. So thank you for watching, and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In this video, we're gonna continue working on part 14 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create everything that is right here in front, and also we added the curtain doors and curtain walls right here. We added the mullions as well. So now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to finish up the gate, so we could go to ground floor. And then what we have here is the exterior wall number 2, which is the border wall. So I'm gonna type in SL. So we're going to put in where we're going to add the gate. So I want my gate to start from right here up to here, and then we have also another gate right here. So in those space, we are going to delete. After that, let's look at it at 3D and to see that we could add some designs on our gate as well. So here we could also have designs for our front gate, especially here because we want to showcase like the plant that we're going to add here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to edit the profile. Let's go to front, so that will be south elevation, and then we're going to edit something like this, SL. And as you can see, we're adding some space on the wall. So we're basically probably going to add multiple like that, make it smaller maybe, and then push it on this side, and then do multiple, copy on that corner, and then copy multiple times, grab it on this and there, and then maybe we could just clean up right here, and then SL, and then TR, and then we could basically do our designs from here. And then on this side, we're just gonna leave it like this now. In terms of the gate, we're going to create it now using model in place, generic model, click OK, and then OK again. Extrusion, pick a plane, and we're gonna select this wall right here. And because this is all same, what we're going to do is we're just gonna create one and then gonna copy afterwards. So I'm going to make this 25 offset. So that's looking good right there. And then we want to make sure to change the material to a metal. And then click apply, okay. And then now the design that I want here is just very simple. I just want something like this. I'm gonna copy this and make 100. What I'm gonna do now is copy it and grab it from there so that we could add in, or we could create multiple ones. And of course we could delete the ones that we don't need. And I think it's not noticeable that the spacing is good enough. So SL, and then basically do one side. Once you do one side, it's easier for us to trim and extend. And then now trim and extend. Okay, so now click finish, and let's look at it at 3D, and we need to extrude it on the right space. So we're going to push it back like that, and then maybe half of the wall size. Go back to south, and then now we could grab it, copy, multiple is already checked, and then we could just add multiple like that. Click on finish, and let's see it again and see how it looks. So now we're going to create the two gates right here. We have a small one and a big one as well. So now let's go back to south elevation, and let's click on this one again, edit in place. We're gonna do it again. Click on extrusion, pick a plane, and we're going to select this plane. This is already set to what we want, and we want just half of it. Probably what's the half of this? It's not telling me. But at the same time, we're going to give some space. So here we could put in maybe 15. Or just let's make it 2300 each. And then let's put in some space in the side and in the middle, and then I'm just gonna copy it right here on the other side, so this will create some space on that. And then offset this again to 25, and going from the inside again here, we're going to move it at the top. And we want to make sure to do the 25 right here as well. I wanted some space at the bottom, of course, as you need to swing it and you don't want it to be dragging. So now what I'm gonna do is we're going to create this. So we created this. We need to go to 3D in order for us to push it back and to be the same as what we have there, but maybe half of the wall. After this, let's go ground floor, and then here we need to do extrusion again, and then we need to set, pick a plane, and we need to pick this one, and then here we need to create this one, extrude it, and we need to push it upwards. I'm going to use south elevation in order for us to determine which way we want it to be, and we can basically change, so we could change the thickness if we want to. So now I want to go to the 3D. I want to push it back a little, something like that. So they have different depth, and then go back to south, and once you're set, we could basically array, click on last, and then here we need to add multiple, so maybe 25, and then click it right here, going above, remove the constraint. So right now it's not letting me use array going up, so that means we need to create the same one on this. So I'm gonna select this again, pick this one, and we need to do this right here. Click finish, go back to 3D, put it there, slide it in again, something like that. Go back to south. Once you're happy, do array, put it to last, put it 25, and then you'll be able to put it upwards like that, and it will basically space it out properly. I'm just doing it again because I didn't space it properly, but now everything looks good. So if you move this one, it will space properly, so it depends on how you set it. So I'll set it 25, and then it's spacing everything good. I'm happy with this, so we could just click on finish. So now I'm gonna copy it, so I'm gonna edit, and then select that, and select everything that is right here, copy, and hopefully it let us copy right here. I'm gonna move it and make sure to have some gap. So it's just weird because I'm sure we did. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit this side now. So I'm gonna edit extrusion, make sure this is 25. There we go. Click finish, and then edit group. We want to push it right there, and click on finish, and everything will follow. but here. So now the issue with this is because this is all connected, what we need to do is ungroup this, and then everything else let's delete. So I'm gonna try and delete them all at the same time, and then here we could just do everything again, and then now do, sorry, we need to click on array again, 25, and then grab it right here and click it there, and we want to make sure that everything is aligned. So AL, and then at least everything is correct. Maybe I put it around here, that's why it's over. So at least this have been changed, and then we just need to create the gate right here. So I'm gonna go to south elevation again, edit, in place, and let's create again, pick a plane. I'm gonna create actually a small one and a big one. So I think what I can do is I'm gonna close this, copy this, edit, and then copy it again. Maybe I'm just going to put this one right about here, and then copy it again, and then edit this one as well. There we go. Click on finish, and then now we just need to add some design. I'm going to copy, ungroup this one, and then copy it on the other side. And then copy this one as well. So we're just trying to make it fast. And then after that, click on 25 here, and then pull it up. And then we want to make sure to align at the top so that everything looks nice. And at the same time here, 25 again, grab it, use align, press OK, AL on that, and everything will follow, and click on finish. And if we check, it will look like this. I just want to add a planter back similar to what we have right here at the back. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right here and select. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna edit, Select this, copy it right here, and then edit the extrusion. And we want to make sure we have this other one as well. And then click finish, and then the one in the inside, copy it again and add it there. And then click finish, and then we have it right here. I think it's best if we kinda drop it in height. That's still good right there. So I'm happy with the way it looks. I'm still thinking if we should add this one here as well on this side, but I think this is good enough. I'm happy with the way it looks. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 15 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to create the gate. Now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is to add the sidewalk and also add the number. So I will probably add the number right here. So we need to go to south elevation, and what we have is under architecture we have model text. If you click that, it will ask you to pick the plane, and I'm gonna choose this border wall and press OK. For now, I'm just gonna click model text there. If we go here, we have the model text right there. We need to select that, and then I'm gonna edit, duplicate. This will be called, we can put house number. Okay, and I'm just gonna leave the text font to Arial, and we need to make it a little bit small, and then press OK. And then here, this is where we change the depth to around probably 50 is good enough. And then material right here, and we need to go to right here to change this to metal, and then one of the aluminum right here. This is already existing, so let's choose something that we haven't choose yet. So right there, we set it up, and then for the model text, we need to click on that, and you choose the number that you need to or you want to use. So I'm gonna put 09 and then press OK. So now we could place it anywhere we want to. So we could just put it on this side. I think it's still big enough. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to change it to 150. I think 150 will be good enough for this one. So 09, we have it like there, and we're going to add different kinds of lighting that we could put here. Maybe we put it a little bit down so that we could add like just a basic wall lighting right here. and also we need to add something right here. So the number will be here, and we need to just add something there to add. And then now what I need to do is to add the sidewalk. So we need to go to ground again, and we need to go to architecture, floor, and then edit, duplicate this one, floor number 7, and let's change this material to one of the concrete materials again. The reason that I'm changing different materials all over is because I want the ability to change this. So if I am given a chance to change it, um, I don't need to go back and forth into my Revit to change the material, but I just need to change it in Twinmotion. So that's why I keep on changing stuff. So now right here, I'm going to create my model like that, around 1500. Usually it's around 2000 is good enough for the sidewalk. And then the other side as well. And let's maintain the 2000. I think that's good. And we need to add something right here on this side. I think this is too far, so I'm gonna pull it back a little. And if we see this, just put 2000 as well. And then here, before we click finish at all, let's try and change this to 1300. So fillet arc, and then add the same one. Make sure it's 1300 as well so that everything looks proper. And let's go and click finish. I want to see it, so it's below, so we need to offset that height to around 100. I think that's good enough to have 100 right there, and it's elevated enough. We can maybe put it to 200 so that it's above here, but I think it's too much height, so around 100 is good enough. And we could even change this to thickness 100, something like that, so that everything looks proper. And if we want to, so I'm gonna just pull it back, edit this one, and let's pull it back a little. The reason for that is we could add something on the side. So I think it will look good if we put something like this. So I'm gonna select this, or I'm going to go to model in place and then choose generic model, and then I'm gonna use sweep and then pick path. I'm gonna choose this path right here, and I just want to give it some slope so that it looks really good. Edit profile, and then here we need to change it to one of the concrete again. Let's use this one, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put this and then slope it at the top a little. So I just want to make it 60 right there, and then slope it to something 25. So, and then by doing that, as you can see, it looks much better. And we could just push it a little bit more later on. And then here we could do the same thing, sweep again, pick path, and let's do the same thing on this side. So it will be 100 by 60. You want to make sure you'll be consistent. 60 right there, and then 25 for the fillet arc. There we go. And then materials is already set to that. So just by having that, uh, actually what I want to do is I'm going to edit the profile. The reason for that is I just want it to be above a little. So like the 105 is looking good. I just want the separation. So I have that. It's like the casing. And then with this one, we need to edit the profile again just to have that. 105, enter, and then click finish. And then lastly on this side, so that everything is looking better, is to have a sweep again, pick path, and this is just a straight one. Edit profile, let's put 105 to 60. And then fillet arc this to 25. And then click finish and finish again, and then finish. So now we need to just edit this part. So I'm just gonna go to ground floor, and then I'm just going to edit this profile, because once we edit this, it will follow along, so don't worry about that. As you can see, it followed. Edit this boundary. Just because we use sweep, and because of that, it is binded to that that shape. So that's why it's easy for us to just edit. And as you can see, at least everything is binded all together. Everything is connected. So that's good with this. And then I'll probably create the light for this. So might as well do this now. I'm going to model in place, generic model. This is just for the light. And I'm gonna create an extrusion, and I'm gonna set this or pick a plane right here and create something that looks like this. Of course, this is not the finish yet. So I'm gonna do this after that. I'm gonna change the material. So something different. I'm gonna use this one. And then after that, let's go to south elevation again and create, or maybe I'm gonna do it differently. I'm gonna do it right here, and I'm gonna create another extrusion set, pick a plane, and I'm gonna select this plane. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something like this, 50, and then fillet this, something like that. So it's gonna shine down right here, and I'm going to change this luminance or something light. Appliance, maybe lumens. Something different. I'm going to change this to some glow. This one, luminance. Glass white. Apply OK, and then click finish. We could push it going the other way, so that's fine, and then click finish. So at least we have something that looks like that. We could basically add this one onto this side as well. If we go right here and let's edit the in place, we could add this one onto this side, put this one in the middle, copy this, CO, make sure multiple is checked so that we could just keep on adding it anywhere we want to. So, but I'm just going to add it right here, and maybe we could add it on this side, but the thing is, yeah, I think this is good enough, and put it right there below there. I think that's good, and at the same time this one looks good enough. And also I just want to add something at the top right here. I don't want it to be dull like that, so maybe just insert, so model in place, and then generic model again, and here I'm gonna do an extrusion, set, pick a plane, and we could just have it on this plane, and then we could go to ground floor and maybe just add a simple ones like this. $300 and then 300. Trim and extend. Delete this and do it on the other side as well. Something different that we could add a value to, and then here as well. I'm gonna trim and extend here, delete this, and trim and extend so that it's just one. Change the material, make sure you change it. So masonry, something different, so maybe this one is good enough. Click finish, look at it at 3D, and then just pull it down. It doesn't need to be thick, it just need to be something that looks like that. And the good thing about this is we could just push this. There we go. And because of that, it looks much better. At least everything looks like that. We can even cross this line if we want to. Because this one is for the car and this one is just for people. So at least we have it up to here, and then we have different ones right here. That's looking good. And let's not forget, we're going to still add some spotlight. uh, I'll probably use the square face back spotlight. So I'm gonna show you where to get it. It's probably in part 1 description, and it will be the second link on that. So after we finish this one, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna delete the one at the side here, and I'm going to edit this. So edit in place, edit, extrusion. So let's go to our elevation, the south elevation, and I'm going to push this one back because I want a double feature right here. So I'm gonna put this one right here and another one at the top right here. And then we're going to add something like this right here, trim them, and then delete the small ones. And then we could just connect them all together. So trim and extend right here. And then maybe this one we could delete and just trim and extend. So basically we're extending this part, and then we're gonna make something out of this. So as you can see, we need to cover this up. And this one, I'm gonna do something like maybe this one extruded more. So something like this. I'm gonna edit, and then because we have gypsum wallboard number 3 right here, I'm gonna change that up, extrusion, pick a plane, and select this one right here. I think it's a lot nicer to have this kind of design right here, and then offset 200 on this, and then going like that. Click finish, and I want to see it showing like that. And we need to change something right here. We need to push it back, and then this one should be a different gypsum wallboard. Let's select this one and then duplicate that again. So that will be number 4. So something different that we created, and obviously we need to add something right here. Obviously we're gonna do that on the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 16 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add some stuff right here. Like we added the house number, we added all of this, and then the sidewalk. And now we're gonna continue working on this. What I want to do is go to ground floor and then just edit this one, this boundary right here, and then add this one as well, CS on that, and add on the other side. So we have grass on both sides so that it looks nicer when we have a shot right here. And then now what I'm gonna do is we're going to add some pot lights. So on the part 1 description, there will be a second link there. It will be called Complete Revit Projects, and I think what I call it is extra Revit families. And all of this, we will have to download the pot light face base. I want the square one, so either one will be good. What I want to do is to add that. I'm going to close this, and what you need to do is just drag and drop. The good thing about this is face base, so if you add it on the face, it will be added on anywhere, even here. So right now I'm just going to add it on top of that and on top of here. And what I want here actually is to put some grill right here. So instead of closing it up, I want to add some roof vegetation right here. So I'm gonna change this to a green floor. But before that, I'm going to go to south elevation and select this one, edit extrusion. Actually, not edit extrusion, but I want to add an extrusion. And then I'm going to set, pick a plane, and select this wall right here. And then here, we're going to change that later on, but I just want to add something like this. Not too extravagant, but I just want to have that part right there. And then I'm gonna copy multiple stuff. And I think that's good enough. And then click finish. And if we see it, we could just move it all the way right here. And then change this to gypsum wallboard. I think number 3 is what we have, similar to this. So click finish, and here we could add a green one. So I think paint is good enough right here. And then grass, and then I'm gonna choose that right there. As you can see, it looks nice. I like the way we're going to put something right here, maybe a small bush or whatever, some grass at the top right here, and then we could incorporate those ones. And then here I'm adding some lights. I'm gonna add the lights right here as well, below here. And then on the top right here. And then hopefully it's something that it's visible. So if we go to ceiling plan, I want to see if we have it right here. So we have it. I'm going to space it out properly, maybe 1000, and then space it out. There we go. And then copy multiple. There we go. I'm happy with that. What we could do here is to actually just copy this and see if we have enough spacing. So we have enough. And then let's go to level 2 and see how it looks. And then level 3 if we have. It's not being shown. So what we need to do is, so at least we have everything right here, 3 of them, and then everything is aligned from this wall. And then here we just need to try and see it. I'm going to change the view range unlimited. So view range, this is 6,000. Below, I think, because this one should be unlimited. There we go. And then this is the one that we have. And then I'm going to align it. So the family that I create is simple enough that you'll be able to add it instantly to any surface. Like I said, it's face based, because I don't like families that are like wall based, ceiling based, and those kind of stuff. I'm limited to the category of the family. So that's why I created that instead. And then here we need to just copy it every 1000, I think. And then if we select everything, we could just space it out. Something simple like that. Then edit this one, maybe move this one a little bit so that just a little bit like that. I want to make sure that this is aligned to those ones. So I'm happy. And then now what I want to do is to set materials for this. So what I want to do is to add. So by using paint first, so I'm gonna use bamboo. I'm gonna set bamboo on this wall. So that's fine. I would see that bamboo wall right there. And then after that, maybe this spoon. I haven't used that yet, so I'm gonna add it on this wall. So that's fine there. And then maybe copper onto this wall. I'm thinking of changing this. So I'm still thinking maybe I want this case to be gray. And then anything else, so that is bamboo. This is, I'm gonna make this white instead. Just leave it white. And I'm going to change the one in the inside. to something like that. Make sure to select those that are showing right there. So I'm happy with that. And then maybe the ones that are right here, I'm just going to change this 3 and just leave this one white. So to do that, I'm going to rubber. I'm going to change that to rubber. And then there we go. And I'm just going to leave it there. And I think I'm happy with that. Just changing those ones, it's more than enough for me. And then we're not going to change anything right here. I want the flow of the white to just show here. And this one, because this is bamboo, we could change it if we have a different one. I think I used rubble already. Something that we haven't used, so maybe carpet, so that it's noticeable. Just to show different materials right there. And because of here, we wanna cover this up because it's gonna show the white. And let's not forget the window that we have right here and also here. You just need to be patient and just select those. And then this one, I think we put sprue. So I'm gonna add this one as well. There we go. So now everything is covered. We will add something right here. Maybe I'm gonna put -200. So I just pull it up a little so that I think maybe just put -250. So just a little bit so that we can put grass on top. I think that's good enough. And then having all those vegetation right here will look really good on this one. I'm still thinking if we should cover this up with the same material, but that's up to you to do. For me, I just want it to look like this. Simple, but good enough. Also, I'm not sure if I should cover this with like maybe a wood material, but in order for you to be able to change the materials on this, you need to edit the in place. So you cannot just use paint on that. You need to edit in place and then now use paint. So now the issue that I have here is I don't know which one that I've used yet. So maybe I'm gonna use softwood lumber to show that this is change right there. And because this is just one entity, as you can see, we'll be able to change it. And having a wood at the top there is actually really good. If you see something like that, it will really make everything nice. The only issue that we have right now is that we need to split this one because this is the whole thing. So now I'm going to exit first, finish this, select now here because this is not part of that. So now select this one, and then now we can see that what we can split off. Maybe I could just use this right there, and then maybe just trim it. I need to go to a ground floor in order to see it much better. As you can see, we need to cut it from here and then cut it from there. Click finish, and then now we're ready to just select that. I'm just going to do this edit in place because softwood, we have this part right here that needs to be fixed. There we go. I think that's good enough. Everything is covered, and we can select a nice wood for that, and everything else is white. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching, and I hope you like the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 17 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to set up the materials. Now we're gonna continue working on this. And what I want to do actually is to push this back. So this one only, just a little bit, because I just want the like the showcase of this one right here. So that's why I just want to push it back a little bit, and at the same time I want to add similar to this on this side, so we have that separation of materials right here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this one, edit in place, and then let's go to our south elevation. And once we're here in south elevation, click on extrusion, and then set it, pick a plane, and then select this one right here. Once this is selected, we need to go and create the same one that we have on this side all the way to the bottom, or all the way to right here. Trim and extend, and then delete those small lines right there. So here we just need to change this to the gypsum wall board number 3, I believe. Press OK, and then OK, and then we have something that looks like this. And then we have this materials right here, so we need to go paint, and then this is soft lumber right there. And above here we're going to add, and at the same time we need to add something right there. I'm just gonna press escape. I'm going to actually pull it down a little bit more, and here I need to push it back, something like that, because we just need this one right there, not too much, and pull this one back right there. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use align, AL, and then AL right here. So at least we have that separation right here, and then we just need to clean up this one's right there. And then now we need to add a light on the top of this. So I want to extend this good enough to have a light there. So that's the good thing about having a model in place, is that you could basically dictate it afterwards. Even though if you finish already, you'll be able to extrude it if you want to. So now we have enough space there, so I'm just gonna add a light, and then let's go to level 2, and I believe we have it right here. I think maybe 2 of them is good enough. I think 2 is good enough because we have 1000 gap that we are maintaining on all of our lights. We just want it to be centered enough to have it right there. And then at the same time we need to do it on this side. Maybe just model in place. We need to go to north elevation, and then I'm just going to create something like that here. Pick a plane, and then I'm gonna select this plane, and we need 200 right here, 200 on this side, and then lastly 200 on this, and then trim and extend. And then delete the small ones, and then click finish. And if we see it in 3D, we need to extrude it. We could just click on finish and then delete this part right here, and then right here on this side, and then we could extrude it depending on how much we want to. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna extrude it AL all the way to this face, so it looks like box. We need to go to level 2 to fix that. So here we're going to push it back a little and then move it front like that. At the same time, let's not forget to add lights right here, and then click here again and then paint. So we have the soft wood right here, and then right there. So that's good. And then I think I forgot what I used this one here, so we could just paint it on whatever we want to. So that's the thing. Probably parking stripe. And the issue we have there is we need to splice it. So before we do that, what we need to do is click on split face, select this one, and then we need to add a line right here all the way to the top and click finish. And then now we could splice this parking stripe and then click it there. So something that we have added there, and why not add the lights as well, because we could add it right here on top of this and on the bottom as well. And we could just leave this one right here. I know this one has its own show, but we could just add both of it here. Level 1 first on the top, move it to the center, and then type in CO and add at least 1000 gap and then another 1000. And then this is good enough in the middle, and then let's go to level 1 and let's add this one as well. CO 1000 again and then another 1000. And then just move this one right in the middle as well. So everything is covered nicely. You can see it right here. And it's very subtle on that. So I also want to add this one right here on this side and this side. And I'm thinking of maybe opening this up more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to select this and then edit in place again, and I want to add this one, gypsum wallboard 3, and maybe I'm just going to extrude this and then set this onto this plane. And then after that, you can go to north elevation as well if you want to, or south, depending on where you want it. And you could create this one right here. Luckily, this is the one that we choose, and then we could put 200, and then we could just set the gap. So I wanted 200 by maybe 50 is good, and I just want to have the ability to just create. So we could just actually select that, extrude it, okay, and then we could array this, and then we could put last, and then maybe 1 2 3 4, maybe around 10, and put it right there. Click finish, and that looks good as well. So it's up to us to change the material if we want to. I think having a wood material would be good because it's showing the amount of materials that we have or we're showcasing on this. So I think having maybe a wood material would be really good. So edit group, for example, and then we could choose like maybe a wood materials, one of this right here, Merati, something that we haven't used yet. I'm gonna copy that and then click finish. So finish again, and then here edit, you can choose this and then click apply, and then here we have different one. We could add a different one right here as well. So similar to that, let's select that, edit, and then create extrusion, set, pick a plane, and let's add it there. And then here Marathi, and we could just create our model right here, 200 and then 50. The first one that we did is kind of big, but that's fine. And then after that, click array. Let's do 10 as well. Why not be consistent with that? Oh, there we go. So I click it, and there we go. So good enough. We have 10 right there as well. And then we're just gonna leave that one there as well, like that. And then now the question is, are we going to open this up? Let's probably do that. I'm gonna go to level 1, and we have this one right here, SL. So SL again, click on the wall, and then because we have a split element there, we're gonna delete that. After that, TR, trim and extend, and then trim and extend right here. So now if we check it, this one is not good anymore, so we need to remove paint. So remove paint, and then let's remove this wall right there. And then now we need to split face here and split face there, but we need to add this wall, CS. So let's go to ground, and we're going to add that wall right there, CS exterior wall number 2, and I'm going to add it on this one. As you can see, everything looks good. We have more openness on this side, and at the same time we just need to split element on this, or split face on this, so that everything looks good. And then what we need to do as well is to change the connection from this to here. So what I'm gonna do is wall joints, select that, and I'm going to change the display. So next, I believe that's good enough, and this one will be fixed. And then here, split face again, select this wall, and we're going to connect them all right there. And I forgot which one is this. So I want to check the paint that we use here. I think it's one of the concrete. I think this one. Yes. And then on this side as well. So now everything looks good. And then why not add this part on all of them? So we need to go to our level 1. Maybe ground floor. I just want to add this one as well. Edit. Edit extrusion, and then we're going to go to our ground floor and then add all of those right here as well. Make it 300, and then now on this side, this side, and this side, and then here put this one to 300, this one to 300 as well, 300, and then trim and extend, and then remove those ones, and then we need to just push this one all the way. And then click finish and finish, and we could double check everything. As you can see here, we made over it, so we're gonna fix this. We're short here, so it's easy to just manipulate once we have there. So now everything looks better. As you can see, we have all the design and we're getting there. I believe we're finished on this side, and what we can do now is to create the sheets onto the next video. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're gonna continue working on part 18 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finalize our design. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create sheets so that I can show you how to create PDF out of this, how to set up all the floor plans in the sheet and those kind of stuff. So now what we can do is we need to go to our level 1 first. In here, what we could do is we could set up adding all of our tags. So room, we have room here, and we're going to add rooms all throughout. So first, because we don't have actually some rooms like this one, we have a laundry room right here, but as you can see, there's no separation here. So we have our carport right here that we could add. That's fine. And then here we could add this, and then we have our entrance right here. We also have our right there, our powder room. And now the way we're gonna do this is we just need to click here, and then we have a room separation under architecture. So here we need to separate right here, and then we could just put this one as entrance, and then we could separate here, and this one is our living area or our family room, and then we have our living area right here that we could just separate first. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it right there. It needs to connect to the wall. And this one, what we could do is we could add something like this, and then here our room separator, we could separate this one. Maybe what we could do is we could just separate it from this wall. There we go. And then we could just actually delete this and delete that. What we can do is right there, CS, and separate it there. So now if we add rooms, as you can see, it's doable now. We can separate everything, and as you can see, each room we're separating. Not technically a room, but we will be able to designate the room names on those. So now this will be carport. Let's make it all cap. Carport right there. This will be our entrance that comes with the stairs and everything. This will be our powder room, PW or PR instead. And then this will be laundry. And then this will be family. Because we don't need to show them. And then this will be living, our dining, and we have our kitchen. And as you can see, we can also put our backyard here. So we have backyard. And then after that, let's go to our level 2. And we could add our rooms right here. So you just need to keep on. You can put this one as corridor, another room. This is its ensuite. This is walk-in closet, and then this will be the masters and its own washroom. So this will be corridor. This will be our masters. And then we have walk-in closet, W dot in closet. And then this will be our ensuite. This will be room number 1, bedroom 1, and then bedroom 2, and then we have our common washroom, bathroom, or shared. We could put shared instead. That's good enough. And as you can see, that's how easy it is to add in tags and how to room separate them. So now after that, we are ready to create our sheets. So what you need to do is go to our project browser, right click on this new sheet, and we have a zero metric. It's already loaded. If you need different ones, you need to just click on load, and we have different title blocks right here and different sheet sizes. So it's up to you to choose. I'm just gonna use a zero metric and just press OK. It will create A101. So that's our first. So if you change this to maybe A001, Revit is actually going to notice that, and it will again copy the sequencing that you want. For now, I'm gonna add in around 5 or 6 of this. And then here, of course, the first one, you could change the naming here. So here, owner is ACD, that's Arch Core Design, and then project name is house, and you can change the name, or here we put cover sheet. You can change the date, issue date, author, and checker right here. But those kind of stuff right here is the one that will be recognized on all of them. Only the one that are unnamed is the one that you need to go here and change. So here you can change that by double clicking here and changing it right here, and also you can double click it here. So once you have that, you can change this here. This will be first floor, and then you could go right here again. Let's try and change it. Second floor, and then here you can go elevation, and then elevation again, and then you can create some section if you want to. So now in cover sheet, so double click on that, we need to go to our ground floor first and create a screenshot. So here, what we could do is go to default 3D view, drop down camera, and we're going to snapshot this image. So here, this is the first stage of creating an image, and from there you'll be able to create a rendering. So here I'm just snapshotting this. We could change so you could put hidden or whatever you want. I'm just gonna leave it like that, but I'm gonna change the graphics. I'm gonna put in some shadow, sketchy line, enable it. I'm gonna put jitters so that it looks like it's being drawn. Background, I'm gonna put gradient and click apply. And as you can see, it looks really good. If you change or if you delete the shadow, it will look nice as well. As you can see, it looks like it's being drawn, but it's up to you. Maybe you should just show the ambient and it will have that effect like that. So now, once you have done that, you will have something that looks like here. This will be the number 1. You could go to view and then click render, and let's just render something fast. So this one, let's leave it like that, a few clouds, and then click on render, and setting is draft. This will render it fairly quickly. And once it renders, what will happen is it will create, or you can adjust the images right here if you want to. So you can make it brighter if you want. Click apply and it will change it right here. And then now you just need to save it to your project and it will create a rendering section right here. So now it will have rendering there. And then click close, and then you just need to go to your cover sheet again. And what you need to do is go to your rendering and you can just drag and drop here. Remove the title, so no title, and then you can double click now because it's an image that you created. You'll be able to expand it to whatever size you want. If it's an image, so if you just click on an image, this is something that you cannot expand. You can expand this, but you cannot expand the size. So that's the difference of both. So now you have this. We need to create like a schedule. We need to create a sheet list. So here I want to add the sheet number first. So I'm gonna drop it there, and then the sheet name. That's the only two that I want to add. I'm going to create that first. So once that's created, let's go back to cover sheet and just open this and just drag it right here. As you can see, we have a gap here that we don't want. So let's fix this. So I'm gonna select, and then we could double click on that. I don't want the gap, so what you need to do is to go to appearance and then uncheck this one. So once you uncheck that, it will remove that one, the gap there. Go back to appearance, and then we need to change the text title will be this one. So let's make it really big. And then again, header would be right here. So let's change that to maybe 6, and then let's make it 4 for the body. And then once you go back here, as you can see, this one is fairly big. You can expand it again if you want to, so that everything looks really good. And you have that. You can even change this to drawing sheet if you want to, but it's up to you to decide. So whatever, if you delete one of here, it will automatically delete the sheet here. So it's real time. It will edit itself. So anything you change on the sheet, even the sheet number, it will change it here. So now let's go to first floor. And one thing that I want to do is we need to check if the scale is good enough. So what I want to do is I'm just going to put level 1 right here. And as you can see, this is very small. I want to change the scale. So let's delete that first. Go back here and let's change the scale to 50. Go back to first floor, try it again, and at least this one is good enough. This is perfect size, but we need to remove or to crop this view. So the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna delete it first, go back to level 1, and then here we change this to 1:50 already. Go back to properties and check all of this first. After that, as you can see, you'll be able to grab this. This is the crop region, crop view, and then you'll be able to crop this. And then after that, uncheck this. Click apply. Sorry, not this one, the one in the middle. And as you can see, it will create that one. So now, once you go back here and drag this one, you'll be able to just add it there. But we still need to crop a lot here. Let's crop it more, especially the one at the top. For example, if you crop this one, it will still going to be visible. So even if you maximize the cropping, those grid line will still appear. Yeah, it will adjust itself. Now we need to do this and then just grab it and leave it like that. So if you notice, we want first floor for the name here, but it's saying level 1. If you don't want to change this to first floor, the naming convention on here, what you need to do is you could just go right here, select that, and instead of changing the view name, you can change it to the title sheet only, so it will change only here. So I'm gonna put first floor right here, select that, and then click apply. Now it will change right there. And then here I'm gonna select the view before I drag this one out. If you want to move it, press escape, select that, and then move it afterwards. So there is a sequence on how to do this. Sometimes you cannot just move it because it will move itself. So here you need to select it first and then select it afterwards. If you just move it, it will move itself, but sometimes if you move something, it will move everything all together. So now just select there if you want to just move this title line. So now let's go to level 2. Before doing anything else, change the scale. Once you change the scale, as you can see, it will change uh, the room text as well. So it matters actually when you have it, because it will basically change everything else. And then once you're here, check everything, crop it first. We don't need this side right here. So as you can see, I'm able to just crop it like that, and all the grid bubble is still showing. Go back to second floor and then drop level 2, and it's still calling itself level 2. So now select here, and I want to remove the crop region and then select the naming here, second floor, click apply. Select it here first and then click apply, and then here select that to change the, and then press escape, and then here select that to move here. So we have the second floor here. Now in elevation, similar to the first floor, we don't know the scaling that we're gonna use yet, so why not add the one right here. So as you can see, this is good enough. I think what we have here is, but it's actually very small if you think it. So why not try and change it to 1:50 just to make it bigger. So once we make it bigger, the only thing that we need to do is crop it properly. So we need to go right here. So east elevation, we change the scale to 1:50, crop it as well, similar to the first floor, and crop it to the way that we're just showing the necessary stuff. This one is quite boring, so what we could do is change it to 5, change it to hidden, and change the graphics. What we could do is we could change this to gradient, and maybe make it shaded. So show ambient. I think that's good enough right there. Change this one to 1:50 as well. Crop it. And then crop it properly like this. And then make it fine, and then change this to background gradient, and then the shadow ambient. And then let's do it on all of them so that we could just drag and drop afterwards. Everything is easy and everything is prepared already just for the drag and drop. Click it to fine, hidden, and then change this background. And then click apply. And then last of them, click right here on all, click apply, change it to 1:50, click fine, crop it nicely, and then change the background. Apply, okay. And then now let's just go to our elevations. We have east right here, and then north, and then go to the second one, south, and then west. Everything looks good, and we just need to go to section. We have section 1 right here. If we check our level 1, we have section right here. What we could do is we could go to section under the stairs, so that looks really good. And then here we have another one. Let's section it to the stairs as well, but on this side. Expand it, and then expand the view range. So now, before we put the section, let's go right here and expand them. As you can see, we can even put the pull and maximize this. Change the scale, change it to fine, go to hidden, and then change the graphic display to the same thing so that everything is consistent. And then section 2 as well. Fix it a bit. Make sure everything is showing properly. Change it to scale, fine, hidden, and then graphic display, background to gradient, shadow to show ambient shadow. This one is good. And let's just add the section 1 and section 2 right here. So now that everything is done, what we can do now is let's create. So we're going to click on print. So what we need to do is we need to select the views, and then once you do, it will change it to create separate. We don't want to create separate, we want to combine all the PDF, so we need to put it back right there. I want you to notice that because that's something that will change in an instant. And here we uncheck the views and we only have the sheets checked. check all because we want to print everything. What you need to do as well is you can save this so that you have something that you could just change here, and then you will have the full set already ready. Uh, for some drawings, you will have a lot here. So having this preset already is a big deal. So now press OK and then OK again. So now it will print itself, and we just need to wait for the result. And as you can see, we have the result right here. I'm going to put it in my desktop first, and then after that I'm gonna double click it here, and as you can see, this is our first page, second page, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. So we're gonna stop here for now and continue on the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 19 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to finish everything. Like it's ready to be imported to Twinmotion. We created the sheets and I showed you how to add all those floor plans on it. Now, let's continue this. Before we go to Twinmotion, we need to do something. We need to double check that you're on fine into the details level, and then you want to make sure that you save, and then after you save, we can now go to the Twinmotion plugin and then click on See in Twinmotion. We now have to wait for it to synchronize, and once we do, we're going to continue this video. So here we need to click on New Project and then press OK and then press No. Let's make it full screen, and as you can see, we have our model imported. So now, before we do start, we need to save this. Save as, go to the folder that you want to put this on, and you can put in any name you want. I'm just gonna put it house, and then press save. After we save, we need to go to our burger menu and we need to sign into Epic Games. All my information is already added there, so that's why it's just easy for me to sign in. And as you can see, the authentication procedure completed successfully. So I just need to press OK, and then now I have access right here. If you click, I have access to Quixel Megascan and all of this, like even the sketch fab if I want to. So now if we zoom here, usually what I do is I go to materials and I put in glass, and then I put in two-sided glass, and then after that I increase the opacity and change the color to kind of dark, and then after that we can go back here. I'm going to pick this material right here, so material picker, and then once you do, I'm going to change the color of this aluminum to dark, and we want to make sure that this is reflective so that this is metal. Also on this one, we could set the material on this. As you can see, this aluminum doesn't have reflectiveness, so we need to go to settings and make sure metalness is turned on, and then once you do, you increase the reflectiveness. I want this one to have reflection but not too much. So I'm just gonna give it like that. Around 40 would be good enough. And then now it's time for us to pick the materials. So for here, what I want to do is to add materials. So I'm going to go to wood, and we have this kind of different materials right here that we could set up. So what I want to do is basically choose chestnut and add this chestnut right here. And as you can see, we could scale it up so that it's good enough size, reflectiveness around 60. I think that's good enough. And that low, we could fix this later on. This is just one of the issue with what we have there, like the split materials or split faced. So that's one of the issue with that. If it usually costs like that to warp, so we're gonna fix that later on. We need to just go back to Twinmotion right there. And then after that, I would rather use this one onto a different. So I'm going to put a different materials right here, and then I'm gonna use the chestnut on this. I think it looks much better, or maybe the chestnut on this side. So maybe I'm gonna choose this one first and chestnut right here. I think having that one would really insinuate the materials right here. And then for this one, I'm gonna use stone, and this is the stone material that I'm gonna use. I think having there would greatly increase the visuals right here. And now we need to choose a material for this one, and then a material on this side. So now I need to save this first. I want to go back to Revit now in order for us to change this side. As you can see, we have a gap here as well that we need to fix. So I'm gonna edit boundary, go to the level 1, and then here I'm just gonna delete this and then delete this. I'm going to trim and extend and then save this. Go back to 3D, and what we have here is we have a floor that is we need to edit. So I need to go back here because I just did something. I need to fix this. This is under modify, and then the split face here. I want to delete the split face that we created because it's just ruining the, but I want to so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to remove the paint first, edit boundary, click on finish, and then we're good with that. I just need to know what material did I use here in order to add that again. The problem with this is I cannot edit, I cannot remove. So what I'm gonna do instead is to edit the floor, possibly edit the floor. So I'm gonna edit this floor, edit boundary. I'm gonna push this one back. Delete split element and then just put it back. So some drastic thing that we need to do in order to fix this. And now it's fixed. Split element is not there anymore. We just need to add a paint that was the same one with this, but like I said, I forgot already which one we use. So I'm gonna choose something like this bamboo. I think we haven't done this. So I'm gonna click on that bamboo and I'm just going to change all of that. Click save and then go to Twinmotion plugin and then see in Twinmotion. So now, as you can see, we have this, but don't worry, we're going to change this definitely. So even if I add this wood siding right here, as you can see, everything looks nice. There's no gaps here anymore and there's no errors. So those are the things that sometimes you need to go back to Revit in order to fix all of that. And it happens to me more than enough times, so I know how to fix it. So now the material that I'm gonna use here is something like with a wood, but I'm gonna choose something that doesn't have pattern, like a veneer. So something like this. So something like that would be good enough. And then I'm just going to add those. And as you can see, it looks really good. There's a big difference having that one there. And then now I need to choose something for this. I'm just gonna leave the white. So for the white, I'm just gonna go to Quixel Megascan. But before that, let's try and add the wall right here. I'm gonna look at a stone material. Maybe this stone would be good in terms of the look. And then I'm probably going to add it on this face as well. If we find something different, I'm gonna choose that. But for now, I think it looks good. It's not striking enough. We can even use this instead if we want. So it's consistent. Yes, let's just use this one so that everything is consistent with the look. I think that's good enough look there. And then here for this material, I'm just going to use this black as well. So at least everything looks really good with the black and having those in. And then let's not forget, we need to select this and then turn on metalness, put in some reflections, and then after that go back to material and then go to neon and then choose the number 1 neon right there, and at least everything will be glowing like that. And even this one as well, it's glowing. Make sure this one metalness is turned on and then put in some reflection, and then this one as well. reflection on, metalness on. And then in this side, we need to do something about that. I don't know if in Revit we fixed this. So in Revit it's showing like that it's already fixed, but in this it's just weird that it didn't create that line that we want to. Let's go to Quixel Megascan surfaces, and we want maybe plaster painted, and then we just want this white stucco facade. Maybe anything that is white will be gladly used. So I'm gonna use it there and here and everywhere else. And as you can see, this one, it's one of those errors that we have in Twinmotion. So the good thing about that is that's something that is not going to be visible once we're doing this. I'll probably add in one of those concretes. So I'm happy with the stucco look, stucco facade. So I'm happy with that. And I think it will really look good. And then I just need to change the materials right here. So one of the concrete, maybe this one would be good enough. Scaling, I think that's good enough. And why not add it here as well? I like the pattern. So the pattern looks good. And then if we add this one, would it change a bit? Yeah, it looks good. But I want something that is gray at the top. So maybe fine would be good at the top, just for decorative purpose. And then here, I want a concrete material for the ground, man-made. I want this kind of pattern right here, or maybe this one or this one. Let's change this to 90. I think that's good enough. And then maybe a concrete on this. And change it a bit. And then here, I'll probably use this one. Scale it, something like that, to just differentiate. And then obviously we're going to add in grass and those kind of stuff. And let's go to our settings, camera, and this is very important. You want to make sure to turn this on. Visual effects, color gradient. You want to make sure to change it to blue tint. And then after that, let's go to lighting, environment, background HDRI, and we're gonna choose one of those right here. Let's go to library, HDRI. Let's choose outdoor. And then let's choose this one, sea garden. I'm gonna turn this on as well. Maybe this one looks good as well. And how about this one? I wanna see this. And let's do something else as well. But obviously the Tiergarten one is the one that I like the most. I think that's the one that gives a better look, and I just offset the height so that it's not blinking. In terms of the background, I could just choose this one, change this a bit, and at least everything looks striking. The sun is hitting everything else, and all those things will come alive. So you want to make sure you always save. You never know what will happen. Twinmotion is infamous by crashing, so you want to make sure to keep on saving all the time. So we're going to stop here for now and continue in the next video. Thank you for watching and hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. In today's video, we're going to continue working on part 20 of this house build. Let's get started. So in the last video, we were able to add the materials right here, and we import this from Revit, and we fix a bunch of stuff that needed to be fixed. Now we're going to continue working on this. First, what I want to do is to add grass and to add in like some of the trees that we want to add. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up the scene graph and then the menu right here on the left side. Next is I'm gonna select this. This will be the floor, and I want to basically add this floor as well, because we have a floor here, also here, and then here. So there's basically a lot of floors that we need to turn off and on as well. Also, if you notice, we need to make this background bigger. So I'm gonna edit, and then I'm gonna make it bigger at least. Just a little bit more, basically. I don't want the background to show like the white part, but I think this is good enough actually. I don't want to mess it up having a good background already, and then so now select this, right click, isolate those floors, and then the weird thing about this is I wanted to have all the floors, so I'm gonna unlink them. So actually I'm not gonna unlink them. So right here, let's go right to our context, vegetation paint, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our trees, or sorry, like our grass, I'm gonna use this one right here and a little bit of the wild grass right here, clovers and all those stuff. Density, make it 100 to make it look complete, and then after that select this one to change the size of the diameter of this one. So if we want, we start off with the edges. I wanted to do something else as well. Like I want to go to the Revit and I want to check the settings. I want to see if exporting this by family and then maybe by material, set save as default. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to unisolate this, and then let's put this back. After that, see in Twinmotion, and let's see if it will change up some of the materials. Here we could basically select the grass, and as you can see, if we isolate them, it will only isolate all the grass, that floor that we created. So actually that is much better. We just need to fix some of the materials again, which is what we already know. You just need to review what we did, and then here same thing goes. So I'm just going to add the materials again and then save this, and then let's do all the floors for the grass. So now that I was able to just add all those again, now we can do is we need to save it first, and once we save it, let's select the floor and then select this one, isolate them, and then now we only have the grass portion, and it's easier for us to add grass. And we have already prepared this. Click here and then change diameter, and because everything else is already isolated, it's easy for us to just add, and we don't need to worry about, we're still going to worry about overflowing, but it's not something that, it's much better and easier for us to just do this. And then here everything's good. Now we can make it bigger. Let's do this one instead first on this side here. And then just increase it afterwards so that you have more time to do other stuff, and we just need to do this and it will cover a lot more spaces. I think after this we're good, everything is done. And one more spot right here. That one is, and then you just need to select here and then right click here again, isolate off and on, and as you can see we have all of this. I know there's some stuff that we can do much better. We could just undo this part right here. I don't want it to be over on this side, so that's good enough. And then here let's add in some patches, and I'm not going to make it complicated for me, so I'm just going to carefully add all of this right here one by one, close enough that it doesn't go over. Okay, so now that's done here. Actually, one more right here. Especially here, we need to be careful. This is where we're going to have our shot, and we want to make sure that this is nicely done. So we have our grass added. Now what we can do is we can add in our trees. Same goes, vegetation paint. And before that, save it first. Okay, so now we're here. We need to pick in those trees that we want to add. Most of the time, those big one that looks like those right there, that makes a lot of, like usually big and spacious trees. After that, select all of them and increase its density so that once we add it, we could basically add a lot. Change the diameter, so we could just click on those. Usually what I do is more on the sides, and then what I do is afterwards I kind of leave the ones on this side because I want good ones to be added there. Handpick. And we just want to have something that looks like this, and then let's add it on this side. And then anything else, we're going to add it manually. I think that's good enough there. And then here you can just press escape, and at least we have something that looks like that. And then I'm gonna hand pick the ones that I'm gonna use right here. I just created save, and maybe the small one should be coming right here. So I'm gonna put small plants onto this side. I'm gonna use this tree to be added on this side. That's good enough. I'm probably going to rotate this and then put it small enough not to bother, and put it in the middle like that. And then here, probably not this one, maybe a small one right here. Make it small enough, not too much, to have it in that. And then on this front, I want to have a very small one, maybe a vertical one. So let's look something. Maybe bamboo is good enough right here. A small bamboo is good enough. Rotate it. And then make it small enough not to bother anything. It's a lot, but it's not too much. I think that's good enough. I just don't want this one to be the design of it to overpower. I think that's good enough. And then now I'm gonna hand pick the ones that I want to place right here. And then small enough on this part. Maybe this one on this side. There we go. And let's just move this one onto this side. And then just making it look nice enough to have that. And I forgot to change this material right here. Some concrete ground, man-made. I know we choose one of this, but not here, not this one. Rotate this 90. this one is good. This one, make it dark enough. Do this right there. And we have something like this. Click save. I'm going to add a car. So click vehicle, cars, one of the cars right here. Maybe this one. 90 degrees, 180. And I want to be facing on this side. And then other vehicles, maybe a motorbike. Add it there. And then why not change the ground materials right here as well. I'm just gonna use this one right here, or this one. So we have those cars. Yeah, I like the bounce right here, and then we have some grass in a front view, and then in the side view, that will be really good as well. Let's add in some lights. So I'm gonna use spotlight first. Gonna add it right there. And I'm gonna change this to 10, the intensity. And I'm going to move another 1 meter, because I know everything is 1 meter right here to make everything really good, really fast. We don't need to worry about the adding it one by one. Once we add one, we could add in the others. Hold on shift. We need to add 3 more, and then 1 meters each. There we go. We added that. And then why not add in 1 more? And then obviously we're going to add in 1 more right there. So I'm gonna add a 3 here in front to showcase that. 1 meter and then 2 more. There we go. And then here it's gonna be easy. Oh, let's not forget this one. There we go. I'm going to add this right here. Change it to 10. And then 3 more. And then add 1. After that, copy this. Move it onto this part. This is the one that we didn't measured, so I'm just going to manually do that. And then here, let's go and add 4 more at 1 meter. And then there you go. For this, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put a spotlight right here, rotate it. There we go. This is rotated going upwards. Bounce it onto this wall. Put it at 10. And then now I'm going to just add it manually. There we go. And then obviously here as well. Just put it right here near the wall and then just put 10. And then just put it on the other side where the number is. And the bounce will be good enough. And then yes, we have something right here. I'm going to put a spotlight right here that is basically like that right there. That will give that effect. 10, and then we're going to add it and then just add. I'm just gonna cancel that. I'm gonna space it out properly, maybe 3 only. Something like that. And then let's add in the 3 that we want to add here. This is very important because this is something that would be the featured part of this house. Maybe I'm gonna use this instead. Make it small enough. And then put it somewhere here in the middle. There we go. Now that looks really good. And then now we need to go to media and take an image. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set this one looking like that. Image, create image. And let's look at it on how it will look having this one, this look right here. That looks pretty good. Maybe I'm gonna turn off the opacity. I think this is too much. There we go. I think this is good enough to have that opacity right there. Because if we have too much. I want it to just be blurry. So here, seeing it like that, I want to change some of the look. Like for example, I'm gonna quit here and I'm gonna test it first right here. Turn it on. But if you notice, it's kind of dark. So I'm gonna put it in low and I'm going to change the exposure. So just a little bit, not too much. So that's good enough. I'm happy with that. And then once we're here in the image, let's just refresh that. And it will recognize what we change. And before that, I'm going to delete this. Turn this on again. Change the exposure. Make this 2 and make it 1 like that. I think that's a good setting. And in image, we're going to do that. So now it will clearly set the correct one. So in terms of image, I'm going to set it like this. I like those font shot. And then here as well. I want to showcase what we have there. But at the same time showing off every bit of those design. And then we have this one right here. And then we need a far shot like this. Good enough view to show everything. And then while we're here, I'm going to put in more camera and focal point to zoom in. So that's good enough. So by just doing that, everything will look much better. And then just creating some videos, you just need to quit here and you do your thing. Like you want it to be going font like this. So I'm going to create a video, create video like that, zoom it. So we have 1 keyframe, change it to maybe 6, and then go this way, add a new video part going to the left, maybe zoom it out. Six right here, and then we want to showcase this. Maybe 2 seconds, and then showcase here as well. Two seconds again, and then maybe we have the overall. Maybe 8 seconds for this. And you can always try. So that's good enough. And then here we can have the font view. Maybe 5 seconds. And maybe going up like this. Maybe 8 seconds on that. And I just want to move this one a bit. I don't like that it's and then let's just go back here. We already have a couple of seconds, and then let's go out now. Put it there. 5 seconds. Out right here. Another 5 seconds. And then out in the middle. Gently. This will be 5 seconds as well. So once you're done, you just need to go to export, select everything, and then select everything right here, and then start exporting. So thank you for watching, and I hope you liked the video. Please hit like and subscribe. Feel free to comment down below.